Ikaw ba ay isang rehistradong botante para sa May 9, 2022 elections? Narito ang 12 bagay na hindi mo dapat gawin bago, sa araw mismo at pagkatapos ng eleksyon batay sa Omnibus Election Code at sa mga panuntunan ng Commission on Elections. Huwag ibenta ang iyong boto. Ang pagbili ng boto o pagbenta ng boto ay mahigpit na ipinagbabawal sa ilalim ng Omnibus Election Code. Ito ay may kaukulang parusa ng pagkakakulong mula 1 hanggang 6 na taon, pagkadiskwalipika sa pagsilbi sa isang pampublikong posisyon at pagkawala ng karapatang bumoto. Ang isang partidong politikal na mapapatunayang bumili o nagbenta ng boto ay pamumultahin na hindi bababa sa 10,000 piso. Huwag pagpustahan ang resulta ng eleksyon. Ang kahit na anong pera o bagay na may halaga na itinaya sa pustahan para sa resulta ng eleksyon ay mapupunta sa estado. Huwag pilitin o takutin ang iyong mga subordinates, kabilang ang mga miyembro ng parokya o simbahan, mga kasambahay, o mga nangungupahan para ikampanya o iboto o hindi iboto ang isang kandidato. Huwag pilitin o takutin sa direkta o hindi direktang paraan ang kahit na sinong opisyal o kawani para sa eleksyon. Huwag magdala ng baril sa labas ng iyong bahay o lugar ng trabaho. Kahit na ikaw ang may permit to carry, kailangan mo pa rin ng sulat mula sa COMELEC na nagsasaad na ikaw ay maaaring magbitbit ng baril sa labas. Huwag bumoto ng higit sa isang beses sa isang eleksyon. Huwag bumoto kung ikaw ay hindi rehistradong botante. Ang double voting o mas kilala sa tawag na flying voter ay may kaukulang parusa ng pagkabilanggo ng hanggang 6 na taon at multa na hanggang 10,000 piso. Huwag bumoto bilang kahalili ng isang rehistradong botante kahit pa may pahintulot. Huwag gumamit ng ibang balota maliban sa ibibigay ng Board of Election Inspectors. Ipinagbabawal din ang pagkakaroon ng higit sa isang official ballot. Huwag pikturan ang iyong balota. Painit ng painit ang nalalapit na eleksyon. Pero hindi dapat kalimutan na tayo ay nasa gitna pa ng pandemya at may mga nagsusulputang variants ng COVID-19 na posibleng mas malala. Pakikipagkamay, beso-beso, selfies, may mahigpit na paalala si Commission on Election spokesman James Jimenez.
Well, napakahalaga kasi na panatiliin nating ang seguridad ng ating mga mamamayan. Alam naman natin na during the campaign period, talagang ang posibleng tamaan ng COVID, dahil dito nga sa ongoing na pandemic natin, ay hindi naman yung mga kandidato o yung kanilang mga campaign staff, kundi yung mga taong nag-a-attend sa kanilang mga rally. Kaya napakahalaga na pangalagaan natin ang kanilang kalusugan. And this responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of the candidates and their campaign teams.
Narito ang mga panuntunang itinakda ng COMELEC sa ilalim ng Resolution number 10732 kung paano matitiyak na ang mga campaign activities para sa May 9, 2022 na eleksyon ay hindi maging COVID super spreader events. Lahat ng kandidato at kanilang mga campaign support staff ay itinuturing na authorized persons outside of residence or APOR kahit ano paman ang alert level system at kanilang vaccination status. Ang face-to-face sorties, rallies, conventions, motorcades, caravans at meeting the avance ay pinapayagan lamang sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng alert levels 1, 2 at 3. Ang mga batang may edad 17 pababa at mga nakatatandang may edad 66 pataas at ang may mga kondisyong medikal, kabilang na ang mga buntis, ay bawal dumalo sa mga ganitong aktibidad.
At huwag nating kakalimutan yung mga selfie, mga pagkamay-kamay, pagyakap-yakap, beso-beso. Saglit lang yan. No? Wala pang ilang segundo yan, tapos na yan, lumipas na. Pero pag kayo ay nagkasakit, dahil dyan, pag kayo ay nagka-COVID, mahabang gamutan yan, mahabang bubunuin ng inyong kalusugan yan. At hindi lang yan, pati ng inyong finances. Napakamahal magkasakit ngayon. So, wag nating isasang-alang sa kakunting enjoyment yung mas mahabang problema ng COVID.
Ang indoor campaign ay hindi pinapayagan sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Mga outdoor na aktibidad lamang na nasa 30% capacity ang pinapayagan. Kahit na anong meeting, convention, rally, motorcade, caravan o meeting the avance ay hindi pinapayagan sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 5. Ang mga kandidato o ang kanilang mga campaign support staff ay pinagbabawalang gawin ang mga sumusunod. Huwag pumasok sa pribadong pamamahay habang nagsasagawa ng house-to-house campaign kahit pa pumayag ang may-ari ng bahay. Bawal ang pakipagkamay, pagyakap, beso-beso, o kahit na anong physical contact sa kandidato o mga kasama nila at sa publiko. Bawal ang makipag-selfie o pagkuha ng litrato na lalabag sa social distancing protocols. Bawal mamahagi ng pagkain o inumin upang maiwasang magtanggal ng face mask ang mga tao.
Ang ating kalusugan at kasiguruhan sa panahon ng pandemya ay nakasalalay sa individual na pananagutan or individual responsibility. Kailangan tayo maging responsible tayo sa sarili nating mga gawa. Kung tayo ay mag-behave in a safe manner, magiging safe tayo lahat. Kung tayo mismo ang lalabag sa mga protocols na itinakda ng ating health authorities, talagang tataas ang tsansa ng infection, no, in our population. So, kailangan doon sa mga botante, doon sa mga nanonood ng mga rally, kayo mismo, magkusa kayo na huwag ninyong gagawin yan.
Tandaan, ang paglabag sa mga health protocols sa mga aktibidad na may kinalaman sa eleksyon ay itinuturing na election offense. Ang mga lalabag sa panuntunang itinakda ay nahaharap sa hanggang 6 na taong pagkabilanggo at multa na hindi bababa sa 10,000 piso. Maaari ding mawala ang karapatang bumoto pag ikaw ay nahatulang guilty sa paglabag sa mga protocols. Tunay na mahirap ang pangangampanya para sa eleksyon, pero sa gitna ng patuloy na public health crisis, ito ay higit pang naging masalimuot. Ang mga kandidato, ang kanilang campaign staff at ang publiko ay marapat na piliin lagi ang kaligtasan at kalusugan una sa lahat. Tandaan, huwag matakot bumoto at bumoto ng tama. Kung ikaw ay nakakita ng aktibidad na lumalabag sa mga naturang panuntunan sa iyong lugar, huwag mag-atubiling magsumbong sa COMELEC sa kanilang Facebook, Twitter at mobile. Kada eleksyon, pumipili ang sambayanang Pilipino ng susunod na lider ng bansa, ng taong magtatakda ng plano at polisiya para sa 6 na taon ng ating kinabukasan. Pero ano nga ba ang hinahanap natin sa isang leader? Sa anong mga kwalifikasyon natin titimbangin ang mga kandidatong nanliligaw para sa matamis nating boto?
Dapat ang leader natin matapang, walang uurungan.
Ang gusto kong kandidato ay yung magaling sumayaw at entertaining.
Gusto ko yung matikas, yung magaling magdala ng sarili.
Sana yung susunod na presidente mayaman na para hindi na mangurakot.
Alam mo bang base sa ating konstitusyon, 5 lang ang kwalifikasyon para sa mga nagnanais tumakbong presidente ng Pilipinas? Una, kailangan natural-born citizen ng Pilipinas. Ikalawa, kailangang rehistradong botante. Ikatlo, marunong bumasa at magsulat. Ika-4, nasa edad na 40 sa araw ng eleksyon. At ika-5, residente ng Pilipinas sa loob ng 10 taon bago ang eleksyon. Simple, hindi ba? Walang itinatakdang kwalifikasyon base sa edukasyon, work experience o kayamanan. Pero simple nga bang tunay ang mga dapat nating hanapin sa susunod na leader ng ating bansa? Ayon kay Commission on Elections spokesperson James Jimenez, marami pa tayong pwede at dapat hanapin.
Very basic o payak ang ating requirements. Ibig ba sabihin nito na yan lang ang kailangan nating hanapin? Siyempre hindi. Yan ang tinatawag nating minimum. Pwede kang maghanap ng mas lampas pa dyan. No? Halimbawa, maghanap ka ng taong merong integridad. Gawin mong necessary ingredient yan. Gawin mong kalakip yan ng pagpili mo kung sino magiging pangulo. Kailangan may integridad, kailangan may kakayanan, kailangan magaling, kailangan matalino, at kailangan nagsasabi ng katotohanan sa bayan. Kasi ang pipiliin natin ay hindi lang basta-bastang tao. Leader natin ang pipiliin natin. Leader natin na bibigyan natin ng napakalaking kapangyarihan. Kapangyarihan over our lives, over our livelihoods, over our country. So, bagaman maliit or payak lamang ang requirements ng konstitusyon, kailangan tayo bilang botante, pag boboto na tayo, kailangan medyo mas mataas naman ang standards natin.
Tunay na marami tayong dapat hanapin na katangian sa susunod na leader ng bayan. Ngayon, higit kailanman, kailangan nating maging mapanuri.
Sa tingin ko bilang botante, kailangan maging mas mapanuri tayo dahil hindi biro ang halalan. Hindi biro ang hinihingi sa atin ng mga kandidatong yan. Gusto nila maging leader natin. Gusto nila magkaroon ng kapangyarihan sa ating kabuhayan, sa ating buhay, sa ating bansa. At dahil dyan, kailangan natin maging mapanuri. Kung jowa mo nga lang pinadadaan mo sa butas ng karayom bago mo sagutin, paano pa kaya yung mga elected leaders natin na may tunay na kapangyarihan sa iyo?
Sabi nga ni Director Jimenez, kung kinikilatis nating maigi ang isang potensyal na jowa bago ibigay ang matamis nating oo, mas lalong higit na dapat nating kilatisin ang mga nanliligaw para sa makapangyarihan nating boto.
Hindi pa kami pwedeng bumoto.
Kaya sana pumili kayo ng tama para sa aming kinabukasan.
Tandaan, huwag matakot bumoto at bumoto ng tama. Painit ng painit ang nalalapit na eleksyon. Pero hindi dapat kalimutan na tayo ay nasa gitna pa ng pandemya at may mga nagsusulputang variants ng COVID-19 na posibleng mas malala. Pakikipagkamay, beso-beso, selfies, may mahigpit na paalala si Commission on Election spokesman James Jimenez.
Well, napakahalaga kasi na panatiliin nating ang seguridad ng ating mga mamamayan. Alam naman natin na during the campaign period, talagang ang posibleng tamaan ng COVID, dahil dito nga sa ongoing na pandemic natin, ay hindi naman yung mga kandidato o yung kanilang mga campaign staff, kundi yung mga taong nag-a-attend sa kanilang mga rally. Kaya napakahalaga na pangalagaan natin ang kanilang kalusugan. And this responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of the candidates and their campaign teams.
Narito ang mga panuntunang itinakda ng COMELEC sa ilalim ng Resolution number 10732 kung paano matitiyak na ang mga campaign activities para sa May 9, 2022 na eleksyon ay hindi maging COVID super spreader events. Lahat ng kandidato at kanilang mga campaign support staff ay itinuturing na authorized persons outside of residence or APOR kahit ano paman ang alert level system at kanilang vaccination status. Ang face-to-face sorties, rallies, conventions, motorcades, caravans at meeting de avance ay pinapayagan lamang sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng alert levels 1, 2 at 3. Ang mga batang maedad 17 pababa at mga nakatatandang maedad 66 pataas at ang may mga kondisyong medikal, kabilang na ang mga buntis, ay bawal dumalo sa mga ganitong aktibidad.
At huwag nating kakalimutan yung mga selfie, mga pagkamay-kamay, pagyakap-yakap, beso-beso. Saglit lang yan. Wala pang ilang segundo yan, tapos na yan, lumipas na. Pero pag kayo ay nagkasakit, dahil dyan, pag kayo ay nagka-COVID, mahabang gamutan yan, mahabang bubunuin ng inyong kalusugan yan. At hindi lang yan, pati ng inyong finances. Napakamahal magkasakit ngayon. So, wag nating isasang-alang sa kakunting enjoyment yung mas mahabang problema ng COVID.
Ang indoor campaign ay hindi pinapayagan sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Mga outdoor na aktibidad lamang na nasa 30% capacity ang pinapayagan. Kahit na anong meeting, convention, rally, motorcade, caravan o meeting de avance ay hindi pinapayagan sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 5. Ang mga kandidato o ang kanilang mga campaign support staff ay pinagbabawalang gawin ang mga sumusunod. Huwag pumasok sa pribadong pamamahay habang nagsasagawa ng house-to-house campaign kahit pa pumayag ang may-ari ng bahay. Bawal ang pakipagkamay, pagyakap, beso-beso, o kahit na anong physical contact sa kandidato o mga kasama nila at sa publiko. Bawal ang makipag-selfie o pagkuha ng litrato na lalabag sa social distancing protocols. Bawal mamahagi ng pagkain o inumin upang maiwasang magtanggal ng face mask ang mga tao.
Ang ating kalusugan at kasiguruhan sa panahon ng pandemya ay nakasalalay sa individual na pananagutan or individual responsibility. Kailangan tayo maging responsible tayo sa sarili nating mga gawa. Kung tayo ay magbe-behave in a safe manner, magiging safe tayo lahat. Kung tayo mismo ang lalabag sa mga protocols na itinakda ng ating health authorities, talagang tataas ang tsansa ng infection, no, in our population. So, kailangan doon sa mga botante, doon sa mga nanonood ng mga rally, kayo mismo, magkusa kayo na huwag ninyong gagawin yan.
Tandaan, ang paglabag sa mga health protocols sa mga aktibidad na may kinalaman sa eleksyon ay itinuturing na election offense. Ang mga lalabag sa panuntunang itinakda ay nahaharap sa hanggang 6 na taong pagkabilanggo at multa na hindi bababa sa 10,000 piso. Maaari ding mawala ang karapatang bumoto pag ikaw ay nahatulang guilty sa paglabag sa mga protocols. Tunay na mahirap ang pangangampanya para sa eleksyon, pero sa gitna ng patuloy na public health crisis, ito ay higit pang naging masalimuot. Ang mga kandidato, ang kanilang campaign staff at ang publiko ay marapat na piliin lagi ang kaligtasan at kalusugan una sa lahat. Tandaan, huwag matakot bumoto at bumoto ng tama. Kung ikaw ay nakakita ng aktibidad na lumalabag sa mga naturang panuntunan sa iyong lugar, huwag mag-atubiling magsumbong sa COMELEC sa kanilang Facebook, Twitter at mobile. Tita Janet, tatitain yung patawag ng Tita Janet, maraming salamat to you. Oo, yung research mo, hindi pa, by naunahan ka na ng UST, ano ka na, 2023 ka na.
Oo nga.
Sige lang, oo. Having said that, ang basis po ng ating Scholastic Press Outreach Program this afternoon or today or this year is actually based on a study by two professors ng University of Santo Tomas, Professor Felipe Salvoso II and Assistant Professor Christian Esguera ng ANC. Kaya po napapanahon ang ating topic ngayon. Dahil, well, ito about media, pero meron kinalaman din sa election, no? Sa May 9, 2022 election, syempre magko-cover sila. Ano ba yung difficulties na pinagdadaanan nila? Even before pandemic, alam na natin, hindi nakaila sa atin kung ano yung pinagdadaanan ng mga ating colleagues or media practitioners all over the country. Hindi lang ng journalists, pero media practitioners in general. At mas lalo pa itong pandemic na ito, 2 years na, mas pronounced pa yung mga problema ng ating mga kasamahan sa industriya. Lahat naman apektado, pero syempre ang focus natin ngayon ay ating mga mamahayag na kailangan natin sa isang bansa o pamayanan para maging maunlad ng ating pamilya. Syempre, kung walang media, hindi natin alam katotohanan, alam ng mga estudyante natin yan. Pero mas paigtingin pa natin, usapin natin about itong pinagdadaanan ng media vis-a-vis kung ano yung ginagawa nila as journalists, as media practitioners. Of course, thanks very much to Seidel Foundation dahil binigyan ulit tayo ng pagkakataon on our 3rd year of partnership na makagawa ng ganitong makabuluhang programa, hindi lang para sa media, pero para sa ating mga educators and students at sa ating public at large, di ba? Oo. So, inclusive ang programa ng PPI para po sa lahat. Pero syempre, meron kaming other programs para pang media practitioners, from journalists lang. Meron din meron kaming roundtable every month. So guys, if you want to know more about PPI, we're just a click away. It's www.fieldpressinstitute.net. We have a news website specifically for pandemic and elections reporting. It's PPI News, www.ppinewscommons.net. Thanks to Seidel Foundation and Nicole Asia for powering this. And ang focus po ng second half of the year ng reporting for the PPI News Commons for our local journalists ay ang governance and health. Yun, hindi naman kaila kung bakit kailangan health yung pag-usapan or sulatin nila, no? Para makaparticipate sila sa PPI News Commons. Ayun. Okay, a little bit more, Joyce, with the permission of the training team and the resource persons. Marami pang pumapasok.
Oo.
Here,
Alam mo, very, no, we'd really like to thank our counterparts from the academe this time, we really welcome the presence of both teachers and parents in this webinar. Kasi yung learnings natin today, hindi naman hinto lang today. We hope that it is applied and cascaded sa academe and even sa bahay.
Yeah.
Diba? Yung media and information literacy,
Correct.
Hindi namimili po ng lugar, hindi namimili ng edad. As long as may access to the internet, kailangan may MIL na aspeto.
Correct. At maganda, binahagi ni Joyce sa atin, binanggit ni Joyce sa atin. Si Joyce Pañares po ay the PPI Summer Director, is also news editor of Manila Standard. Binanggit niya yung MIL, isa sa mga bagay na kailangan din nating pag-usapan ay ang MIL, Media Information Literacy, at amongst many organizations that are doing MIL, yung iba siguro naka-attend na from other media organizations or other academic organizations. PPI is also doing its part to do MIL kasi alam niyo na media at ang academics ay partners po or allies sa madaming usapin, hindi lang about media but realities ng ating bansa or ng ating mundo. So yun, napapasalamat uli kami sa inyo for being with us. So Joyce Kier will give us a go signal pag okay na, pag stop na tayo. Ayun, puro kwentuhan muna tayo kina sister. At mag-shoutout muna tayo sa ating training team. Hi Risa, Ate Bess, Sheila, Kier, Priscilla, Rog, ang ating resource person, sila Weng, sila Rides, sila Professor Ipe, si Sino pa ba? Nabanggit ko na lahat ng, of course, si Joyce mamaya, no? Maganda din yung session ni Joyce later on at the end of the program kasi interactive yung magiging session with our seminar director. Very exciting as well. And not only our educators and educator students watching us right now, meron tayong mga media practitioners din Joyce na kasali natin dito sa meeting room or nanonood sa atin ngayon. Diba? Siyempre live tayo, Joyce.
Oo, always live.
Oo, always live and alive.
Always live and alive, of course.
Oo.
Ang saya sana nito kung face-to-face din, ano?
Kaya nga.
Nakaka-miss din.
True. Hopefully next time, no? By 2023, God willing.
Yeah, God willing, maybe.
Oo.
Even hybrid, kung hindi pa talaga
Oh,
kaya
hybrid
na.
tayo. Oo, mag-hybrid tayo. Ayun. Nakatuwa naman.
So mukhang okay na po. Padalawa-dalawa na lang po yung...
Okay. Sige. Alright. Okay, ready? Oo. Okay. We are all ready. Binigyan natin ng panahon na para makapasok sa meeting room is already 1:16 pero syempre nagbigay tayo ng leeway for our participants to go inside the meeting room. Shout out to Carol, one of the project directors of Hans Seidel Foundation, and also Mike of Hans Seidel Foundation. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Let's put ourselves in the presence of God in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, nagpapasalamat po kami sa magandang araw nito. Thank you for the gift of life and friendship and work. Lord, please bless us and keep us safe and protected. Keep us healthy so that we can do more this year, not only sa aming trabaho, but yung daily grind namin bilang citizen of this country. Ngayong araw po na ito, pag-uusapan namin. Marami kami pag-uusapan at nagpapasalamat po kami sa organizers, sa ating partners, ang St. Mary's College of Bulacan, ang Parents Teachers Association of St. Mary's College of Maykawayan, Dr. Valdez, Sister Marisa, at sa lahat po ng buo-buo ng eskwelahan ng RVM schools all over the country. Lord, paitingin mo po ang kanilang kalusugan para po sila ay makapagsilbi pa sa kanilang community na ginagalawan. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ and the glory of Almighty Father forever and ever. Amen. Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Ayun. Siyempre, nag-intro na ako kanina. Joyce, papakilala ako. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. My name is Ariel C. Sebelina. I'm the Executive Director and Trustee at the Philippine Press Institute, the National Association of Newspapers. If you want to know more about PPI, we're just a click away, as I said, it's www.philpressinstitute.net. We also have another website, which news website, that's www.ppnewscommons.net for reportage on pandemic and elections. Meron po kaming Facebook page for more announcements if you want to know more about our programs, mga announcements namin for future training. You can visit both the website and the Facebook page. And please do not forget to like or visit the page of Hans Seidel Foundation. Sila din mismo po ay marami silang programang ginagawa sa other partners nila. At before that, syempre, binanggit ko ng Hans Seidel Foundation. Tawagin na natin ang Resident Representative Hans Seidel Foundation to the Philippines, Attorney Guts Heineke. Good afternoon. Guts, how are you?
Thank you very much, Ariel. I'm wonderful, although it's Monday. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this afternoon here. And a special thank you to the St. Mary College in Bulacan, of course. I'm especially touched that we have the Parents and Teachers Association with us this afternoon. I think we've never had that before, but it's a good sign. And I think for us, it's a good indicator that the topic is really hot that we will discuss this afternoon. Hans Seidel Foundation is a German NGO. We are for more than 40 years here in the Philippines, and we are sponsoring this activity this afternoon. And at the same time, we are a main partner of the PPI, the Philippine Press Institute, because it's our goal to build up democracy and good governance and peace and development here in the country, in the Philippines, but also worldwide. And democracy and good governance can only work when the population is informed about what's going on. And for the population, of course, in order to get in touch with them, journalists are an essential key player. And that's the reason and a little bit the background why we are working together with the Philippine Press Institute for 3 years now. Of course, we've got other state partners like the police or the DOJ. But I'm honored to say that the Philippine Press Institute is at the moment our most active and most important partner. And therefore, thank you very much, Ariel, and to the whole team of the PPI. Well, I said thank you as well to all our resource persons this afternoon. Thank you that you give us your time and that you are willing to share some quite hot insights. I was there at the last activity already last week. I saw it. It is hot. I can promise you already. And last but not least, thank you very much and congratulations to all the students that are joining us this afternoon. It will be interesting, I can promise you. And thank you very much for your discipline, your motivation to be here. Thanks, that's all. Now enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gat. Inspiring message as well from Attorney Gat, the resident representative of Hans Alva Foundation to the Philippines. And speaking of hot, ayan na, magiging hot ang season na natin kasi papalit yung summer, ano? Biglang nawala yung lamig, no? All of a sudden, hindi na masyadong malamig sa gabi. Pero manaka-naka, merong pag-ulan or pag-ambon. Okay, reminder lang, please, you have to stay on until the end of the program because you had to fill out the evaluation form. The link will be posted in the chat room. You'll be reminded of our seminar director later on, so that you can get your certificates. Only those inside the meeting room can get their certificates of participation or merit. Having said that, again, thanks very much St. Mary's College of Bulacan for being with us, and shout out to all Bulacanos out there. Ayun, binanggit ko na kanina yung pinagdadaanan ng mga journalists natin at I don't want to preempt it, pero okay, last year, or sa PPL lang, context lang, maraming nawalang members, 13 to be exact members, folded up yung newspapers nila, but they came back very lean pages, tapos wala ng advertisers, tapos wala ng newsstands kayo nakikita, tapos shrinking newsroom kasi hindi na kayang magbawas, hindi na kayang magpasweldo ng mga newspapers natin, especially those outside Metro Manila. Meager resources, walang advertising revenues, walang opportunities for journalists, and also kasama na din yung problema din, no? Yung environment, walang healthy environment. Meron pa rin harassment and violence, whether it's on social media, online or offline, at aggravated as well ng difficulties the journalists or media practitioners are facing right now. But before that, I'd like to call, siyempre, importanteng partner natin, the Vice President of St. Mary's College of May Kawayan, Sister Maria Marisa Ardete, RVM. Sister, good afternoon to you once again. The floor is yours for your message.
Good afternoon, everyone. To our esteemed speakers and guests from the Philippine Press Institute, the PPI Board of Trustees, Mr. John Alderayos, PPI Trustee for Luzon and publisher of Pahayagang Balikas, Attorney Gats Heinka, Resident Representative to the Philippines of HSF, Professor Felipe Salvosa, the second, our Vice President JSAP and Journalism Program Head of the University of Santo Tomas, Rights Barcia, Rappler Correspondent, our representative from the ABS-CBN Bayan mo at Ipatrol mo, Miss Joyce Panares, News Editor of Manila Standard, Dr. Janet Valdez, our very generous and hardworking PTA President, and the officers, and our parents, the SMCM parents and alumni who are here, our Dean of College, Mr. Michael Botis, the Principal of the Basic Education Department, and all the administrators, faculty, and staff, and our dear senior high school and college students and friends, and other RVM schools in this workspace. Good afternoon, everyone. Praise be Jesus and Mary. Today, we are especially thankful to our PTA President, Dr. Valdez, for inviting the people behind the Philippine Press Institute, a national association of newspapers, a non-stock, non-profit organization who has been serving the Filipino people since 1964 and later on reactivated in 1987 up to the present through the spirit of common good and justice. With the different concerns and challenges amidst the pandemic, the national election and other issues on freedom and violence, this webinar will serve as light in the gloomy state of the truth in our country. In a lighter note, it is interesting to know how the journalists of the present day cope up with the difficulties of delivering authentic news despite limitations in space and resources. How do they handle fake news knowing that they have in their hands the truth of the case or the cases? And how difficult it is to fight the truth when deliberately fake news is spread out in different forms of media. Father Manny Manicad, our parish priest, shared this morning during his homily in our Eucharistic celebration about the changes done in spelling quiz bee in other countries he saw from the YouTube. According to him, contestants are required to spell the words backwards. So if the word, for example, is deliver, which spells D-E-L-I-V-E-R, when it is spelled backward, it will be reviled, which forms another word and therefore has a different meaning. Another sample is the word now. Simple lang, ano? When spelled backwards, it becomes won. Live, for example, L-I-V-E. When spelled backward, becomes evil. He emphasized that just like the spelling quiz bee experience, sometimes people tend to change meanings of words for their own good, for their own sake. If we live our life to the fullest, we serve God through the people around us, and therefore we consider not only ourselves, but justice, truth, and the common good inclusively, without prejudices and biases. If we live our lives backwards, like the word live becoming evil, we will be serving our own self. And this is not what God wants us to do. Authentic service forgets oneself, but gives it to the other to gain life. This is what our guests and speakers have been generously doing for the rest of their career. That is, giving of self to the service of God through the people in justice, truth, and the common good. So for us who have been advocates of the truth that is Jesus and the gospel values, and some of you, Marians, who are aspiring to be journalists, let us see the realities of our time through the lens of journalism. For those who are in this workspace, let us listen carefully to our speakers and guests and consider this challenge that I would like to pose. Are you willing to selflessly give yourself to the country and the people and remain faithful to God in the spirit of truth, justice, and common good, even during the most unprecedented time in our history? There are so many things to ask for and so many things to learn from our seasoned and experienced guests. Let us all grab this opportunity to learn and relearn by listening to them, so that when we are challenged by the truth, we will be able to stand firm and live our lives to the fullest with conscience, and to truly love God through our neighbors in using different media platforms in the 21st century. So allow me to welcome and thank at the same time, as early as now, our guests and speakers, for I believe that they are all God-sent and particularly chosen to grace us in this particular purposeful and rich encounter with the community and other communities of the RVM schools. So all together for us, coming from St. Mary's College of May Kawayan, we, the Ignatian Marian community, would like to welcome everybody, especially our guests and speakers who will be giving us a lot of thoughts about the country in the present time. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, dear PPI people. We know that you have been doing a lot of things and that you are able to entertain this particular activity with us. Thank you very much, and good morning and God bless everyone.
Thank you. Indeed, beautiful and encouraging message from Sister Maria Marisa Ardeta of RVM. Maraming salamat po. Sa panahon ng ganito, Joyce, kailangan natin ganyang mga words, hindi lang wisdom, pero spiritual encouragement talaga that will feed our souls. Yun. Maraming salamat po ulit sa Sister and St. Mary's College of Maykawayan. And promise, yung hindi po na-accommodate ngayon, we can have a Mindanao and Visayas legs for the RVM schools. Na pwede din mag-invite ng other schools outside the RVM schools. Ayun, maraming salamat po ulit. Huwag natin patagalin pa kay hot ang pag-uusapan natin. Please welcome our Seminar Director, News Editor of Manila Standard. Welcome, Joyce Pañares. Good afternoon to you, Joyce.
Hi, good afternoon,
Happy
Ariel.
Chinese New Year.
Ayan, happy Chinese New Year. Happy V-Day. Oo nga, dalawa kaagad.
Dalawa kaagad. The floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Thank you to Sister Ardeta for that message. You know, we were actually talking sa chat kanina privately, and then we were saying that parang nakaka-touch naman yung opening speech ni Sister, message niya. Parang it's a gentle reminder for all of us why we do what we do, the purpose of our of our job, of our profession.
True.
So ayun, actually Ariel set the tone kanina when he said that the pandemic has really impacted on media a lot. Kung dati mahirap na yung magkuha ng advertisement or mahirap na nga, mababa na nga yung subscription ng ating print media, mas lalo na ngayon under a pandemic, we are all really feeling the brunt of this public health crisis and the lockdowns and the ensuing lockdowns that it brought upon us. So titingnan natin ngayon because we have a study from Professor Felipe Salvosa. This will be the first part of our discussion. Ipe is the Vice President of JSAP and the Journalism Program Head of the University of Santo Tomas. He will be presenting today, reporting in the time of the new normal, journalism amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Hello, Ipe.
Hello, Joyce. Thank you for
Inspire ka rin ba kanina na may
May kurot.
May kurot sa puso.
Diba?
Thank you, sister, for the very inspiring message and for reminding us of that there are really good things amid all of the difficulties we are encountering during this pandemic.
Okay, the floor is yours, Ipe. We eagerly await your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Well, Ipe is preparing. If you have questions, please put them sa chat box. And then we will have a Q&A portion after the first two presentations.
Okay, I apologize if I'm not able to do a full screen presentation kasi my connection is not that strong. So I need to see the gallery as an indication that I'm still inside the room. So anyway, the fonts I think are big enough to be read. So yeah. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, so as Joyce said earlier, I'm supposed to talk about the initial findings of our study reporting in the time of the new normal, journalism amid the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm putting my name here and the name of my Malaysian colleague, Dr. Sarah Chinasamy, who is the regional coordinator of the Global Risk Journalism Hub. So to give you context to this study, this is part of a global study called under the auspices of a global network of researchers and academics called the Global Risk Journalism Hub. You may visit our website here, globalriskjournalismhub.com. So it's a global network of more than 60 researchers from more than 80 countries around the world, divided into 8 regions. And it is also composed of educators, practitioners, and the purpose of this group is to investigate the news reporting of globalized crisis issues. Also, the aim is to inspire collaborative projects transcending national boundaries, opening up new spaces for dialogue and debate regarding how best to improve the quality of journalism in the public interest within today's dimensions of globalized digital data ecosystems. So globally, the network is led by Dr. Ingrid Bockmer, of the International Digital Policy Lab based in Australia. So I'm presenting today the results collated by the South and Southeast Asia Regional Group. It is led, as I said earlier, by Dr. Sarah Chinasamy of Malaysia, University Technology of Malaysia. And the members are composed of myself from the Philippines, as well as Assistant Professor Christian Esguerra. He is also a journalism faculty member of UST. Okay, and I'm presenting this study on behalf of our group. The other members are, we have two from India, Dr. Ankuran Dutta and Dr. Uma Shankar Pandi. We also have two members from Thailand, DK, Dien Sawajki, and Tom Tong Tong Nok. They are academics from Thailand. Also, we have a member from Nepal, Dr. Manju Mishra. So our study is a two-track initial study. So first, in the first, okay, so there's a request to maximize. Okay, we will do our best to maximize. Okay. So, okay, we have a two-track study, no? And the first is a snapshot survey conducted in the first quarter of 2021. And the snapshot survey hopefully will allow us, no, to provide more insights, to gain more insights as we conduct our qualitative interviews this quarter. Okay, so for today, I'm going to present to you the results of the snapshot survey. Okay. Okay. So what were the objectives of the snapshot survey? So we wanted to look at the challenges faced by journalists in covering the pandemic. No? We also wanted to look at the role of this information amid the pandemic. We also wanted to look at what are the sources of information about the COVID-19 pandemic and the pressures faced by journalists in covering the pandemic. Okay, so I'm presenting, as I said, the results from the Southeast Asia region. We had 175 respondents. You can see the breakdown from here. Okay, and then this is 24% or a quarter of the global respondents, which is 744. So I am presenting the results with the cooperation of Dr. Sarah Chinasamy, who graciously allowed me to present not just the Philippine data, but also the regional data. Okay, so just to give you background on the respondents, no, the regional respondents, we have more male than female respondents, no. That is the characteristic of ours, the sample that we got. Okay, we asked the journalists that we interviewed, no, what is their primary area of coverage, no? So, as I said, we interviewed globally, the network interviewed 744. In the region, we interviewed 175 journalists. No? So it's a mix of journalists and editors. No? Some of them are managers. No? And then we asked them what is the primary coverage area. No? And the biggest chunk of respondents replied that they are national in scope, no? Followed by either local or regional operations. Okay, so we asked them where they would say the majority of their work is being published or aired. You know, not a majority, but a significant chunk of respondents said that they are publishing in internet, online, or digital platforms. No, either web portals, aggregates, blogs, websites, or social media. Now, the rest are from legacy media. When you combine them, they're still the majority, but taken individually, they're smaller than the online portals combined. So you have print media, a quarter, television, a fifth, and then radio, 6%. Okay, more than half of our respondents are reporters, 52%. And then a fifth of the respondents are editors, and then 6% are from management. 9 out of 10 write stories about COVID-19. So these are journalists who really covered the pandemic in one way or the other, whether from the point of view of health policy or the implementation of COVID restrictions, no, or even the economic impact of the pandemic. Okay, now let's go to the meat of the snapshot survey. No, we asked them what they thought of their coverage, no, and we asked them to agree with the list of statements, and then 8 out of 10 said that they agreed, no, that they felt that the coverage of COVID-19 was challenging. No, no, the proportion is 8 out of 10. They viewed it as a challenging coverage. Now, the succeeding questions will give us context on why that is the answer. No? Nearly 7 out of 10 really felt exposed to COVID. No? The statement asked was, I feel personally exposed to COVID-19 in the course of my work. No? 39% agreed with the statement, while 28% strongly agreed with the statement. Now, a bigger proportion, 76%, said that they had at least one colleague who had COVID. And I presume 1 year after that, this is probably higher, considering that we have had a few more waves after this snapshot was taken. Now we can see that only 37% across the region were provided protective gear. Okay, the statement was, my organization or client, if they were a freelancer, provides important health protection equipment to its journalists. And those who agreed with the statement, 28%. Those who strongly agreed, 19%. So we can see that at least in the past year, not a majority of the journalists were given protective equipment by their companies. Now we can see that the journalists in our sample have a really high understanding of what this information is and what is its role in the pandemic coverage. Nearly 9 out of 10 agreed or strongly agreed with the statement that I have a good understanding of what this information is. Okay, so we can see a high consciousness among journalists on this information. And then 6 out of 10 said they had definite guidelines versus this information. So the statement was, my media organization has guidelines on how to identify this information. 41% agreed with this, and 21% strongly agreed with this statement. And then more than half reported that they had received training on the handling of this information. So the statement was, I have received training on how to handle this information. Okay, 33% agreed and 24% strongly agreed with the statement. Okay. Now the next item in our snapshot survey pertains to how this information is affecting coverage. So this is their perception of the effect of this information. Okay, and we can see that the impact of this information is more pronounced in 2 countries in the region, in our region, Southeast Asia, Philippines and Thailand. So the proportion of agreement and strong agreement in the Philippines is 88%. In Thailand, it's 82%. While in the rest of the region, it's below 80% or below 60%. It's in the upper 60s, in the 60s or the 70s rather. Okay. Now the thing here is that we have no explanations, as these are simply questions in a snapshot survey. So siguro your question at the back of your minds is, bakit kaya? Why is it more pronounced in the Philippines and Thailand? So this is a good question to ask for this next phase of our study, which is the qualitative interviews. So in the qualitative interviews, each researcher will interview 30 journalists, precisely to give us insights on based on the results of the snapshot survey. Okay. Now, given all of these high awareness on this information, training, and the presence of guidelines, Only 17% of the journalists and editors interviewed said that their organization has been associated with disinformation. Okay, let's go to the pandemic coverage now. Okay, apologize if my connection is a bit unstable. So we can see heavy dependence on the government for information. No? And we can see that in the Philippines, it's the highest proportion, 91%. 9 out of 10 journalists said they depended on the government for information. Whereas in countries like Nepal, 61%, no? India, almost the same, 87%. No? Globally, the average is 75%. No? About 7 to 8 out of 10 journalists depended on the government for information in covering the pandemic. That has huge implications on coverage. No? That means the government will have the chance to dictate the tone of the coverage if they are the dominant source of information. Okay. Siguro, the question that also is on the back of your minds is, the journalists experience restrictions. No, so the question asked here was, I have not been restricted from covering any aspect of the pandemic. It's a statement rather, the statement that they were asked to agree or disagree. So the answer is, well, the responses look like this. No? So the Philippines, 34%, no, 34%, a bit higher than the global average. No? So we can see that some journalists experience restrictions, even if almost 3/4 of journalists, no, or 70%, no, or about 70% thereabouts of journalists said that they were not restricted. So at least we can see some evidence that there were some restrictions. So maybe this could be the quarantine restrictions, social distancing, the requirement to be tested, no, to do RT-PCR antigen testing when joining news coverage. So there have been some restrictions. Okay, we asked them on their sources of information, and we asked them, sino bang pinagkakatiwalaan ninyo? Who are you trusting? And we see a very interesting finding here, that in general, trust in experts is very high, but the health experts nationally have a higher trust level than the WHO. Although both are high, both are high, very high trust, but the WHO is trusted by 7 out of 10, while health experts 9 out of 10. Now, this could be only be maybe a statistical. This may very well be in the statistical margin of error, but it's worth exploring in our qualitative interviews why this is so. Is there indeed more trust in national health experts or rather than the WHO? Even if, in general, journalists trust the experts. Okay, there is also a higher dependence on press releases versus social media and scientific journals. This speaks to the accessibility of information. So press releases are very abundant, especially during this pandemic, especially from the government. And then in our region, 77% agreed with the statement that they got their stories from press releases. While social media and scientific journals, about half agreed with the statement. So social media, this seems to be a function of a lower trust level on social media, given that it's a hotbed of disinformation. While for scientific journals, this may be a function of the cost of accessing scientific studies, scientific literature. As we all know, not all of the scientific literature is for free, can be accessible for free. We can see that journalists have a higher preference for international media. In other words, they look to international media as a source of news or leads for stories. And 72% said they agreed with that statement, that they get their stories from international media. Okay, we can see that journalists are also trying to balance their stories by interviewing marginalized sources. No? And based on our snapshot survey, at least half of journalists balance their coverage by interviewing marginalized sources. No? So in India, India had the highest proportion at 60%. No? Sorry, my mistake. No, Philippines rather. No, the Philippines had the highest proportion in the region. No, of journalists interviewing marginalized sources, followed by India, followed by Thailand, Nepal, and then Malaysia, higher than the global average of 49%. As you can see in our Philippine coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic, maraming interviews, no, mga person on the street interviews with those really affected by the pandemic. Drivers, ordinary workers, no, teachers, students, which I think is very important. Okay, is there pressure from the government to publish information or not to publish information? No, so this is a question that the scholars in the global network, no, had a consensus, no, that needed to be asked. So we can see based on the regional results that the majority of journalists in India, the Philippines, and Thailand say that there's no government pressure to publish information. Okay. 84% in the Philippines. No government pressure to publish information. The proportion saying otherwise is small. In the Philippines, is 13%. But we can see that the situation is different in other countries. No? In Malaysia, for example, 45% said there is government pressure. No? In India, about a third. So it's nice to look at the comparative situations across the regions. No? In India, in Malaysia, no, maybe their culture is different. No? Their context is different. In the Philippines also, the context, the media system is different. So therefore, we arrive at a different answer, different level of responses. And we hope to enrich this in phase 2 of our study. Okay. Now, this is, I think, is important finding of the snapshot survey. Globally, 6 out of 10 journalists fear that their organization will experience financial stress. Their news organizations will experience financial difficulties amid the pandemic. So this is true with the region, 6 out of 10. This is also true with the global results, 63%. Okay. So in the Philippines, we have seen, this is PPI's experience. Mr. Sabelino can attest to this, that many of our community newspapers decided to scale down operations or close entirely because of the financial stress brought about by the pandemic. And we hope to elicit more insights from media practitioners, publishers, editors, to explain this anxiety of financial or economic insecurity brought about by the pandemic. So therefore, the efforts of PPI with the help of the Hans Seidel Foundation for the PPI News Commons is very laudable. So it's a new model that I hope is going to be sustained given the new realities brought about by the pandemic. Okay. We can see that globally, 6 out of 10 have reported perceptions of financial stress because of the pandemic. But it's the strongest in the Philippines, 81% or 8 out of 10. In other countries in the region like India, Nepal, Thailand, it's about 60%. So we have to take into account perhaps the different media systems. In other countries, government equity in media organizations is higher. In the Philippines, media is mostly in the hands of the private sector. So this might account for the differences in the proportion of responses. No? And we hope to get more insights when we do our qualitative interviews now, starting this quarter. Okay, these are the emerging themes in South and Southeast Asia based on our snapshot survey. So first is challenging COVID coverage. Most journalists view COVID-19 news coverage as challenging as they feel exposed to the pandemic and know at least one colleague who was infected. More than a third do not have protective gear. Okay. Next is aversion to this information. There's high understanding of what this information is, and most journalists believe this information is affecting news coverage. The news organizations are not likely associated with spreading this information. Next is government dependence. There's a very high dependence on government information and press releases, and high trust in health experts and the WHO, although less so on the WHO. Balanced coverage. No? So majority of the journalists try to balance coverage by interviewing marginalized voices. Okay, and we have seen this in the Philippine coverage of the pandemic. We also found subtle pressure. There is some evidence of government pressure in some countries, no? But we see the journalists in our sample didn't see this as a huge problem. Okay. Next is financial insecurity. A majority of journalists fear their news organizations will experience financial difficulties, and we have seen this strongest in the Philippines, no, at 8 out of 10 respondents. Now, for the second track of our study, no, which we hope to be able to present by April, no, we will wrap up in-depth interviews, no, with at least 30 journalists, no, who report on the COVID-19 pandemic from different platforms. No. Interviews will be conducted in person, by phone, or by Zoom, using Zoom or Google Meet. So the selection of interviewees will be relativistic, meaning selection will take into consideration the different lived realities and experiences of journalists, reporters, editors, and emerging news professionals and new news actors. It will also be purposive, meaning to say researchers will deliberately select news professionals and or influencers, no, new news portals and crisis news actors to gain insight into their expert knowledge. Key organizations and players delivering news on COVID-19 will be identified. Now, the interview guide developed by the Global Risk Journalism Hub will be used. No? So we have also gained the approval of the Social Science Ethics Research Board, led by Dr. Lourdes Portus. No? So we sought ethics approval for our research design and our interview guide, and they have approved it. So that means go signal for us to conduct our qualitative interviews. Now, we hope that PPI members will be well represented, no, in our sample of key journalists to be subjected to key informant interviews. Okay, so which is explained by the next slide. No? So we will have a two-step process now in selecting our interviewees as set forth by the Global Risk Journalism Hub. So we will list key news outlets and media professionals in what the network calls crisis public ecology, no? Meaning to say the key news organizations or players delivering COVID crisis news in the country. Next step is to identify the representatives of these news organizations. No? So as recommended by the SSCRB, by Dr. Lourdes Portus, in drawing up the key news outlets in stage 1, we will ensure geographical representation, meaning to say selection of news outlets in Metro Manila, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, as well as representation across platforms. So nabanggit na natin kasama dito yung mga news influencers, new news outlets, no? So apart from the traditional online TV and radio platforms. Okay? And we will also select representatives with gender representation in mind. So hindi pwedeng puro lalaki lang, puro babae lang. So this is grounded in social science research principles of inclusivity. Okay, how will we analyze our data? So we will do a thematic analysis, no? after all the data have been collected. So thematic analysis is defined as a method of identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns within the data. The first step of the analysis is the reading and reading of transcripts. Data will then be categorized into groups where relevant points are noted. The next step is to come up with broader themes relevant to the research topic. And then what will follow is a review of whether the themes are logical and distinct from each other. The fifth step is to identify the essence of what the themes are about. And the final stage is the write-up of the narrative of the entire process. So we are looking at adopting a social responsibility framework for the whole analysis. So yung dun sa mga nag-aral ng journalism principles, so meron tayong tinatawag na four theories, four theories doon. So apat na teorya na yon, yung social responsibility ang naging pinaka enduring, And in the social responsibility theory, I think there are overlaps with COVID coverage in the sense that journalists have a moral obligation, to report accurate news on COVID-19. So sa tingin ko yun ang isa sa mga swak na teorya, at isang framework na magiging main analytical frame that we will use for analyzing the results of this study. So I will end here, and I hope to be able to interact with you later on. And thank you for taking time to listen to my presentation. And I also would like to thank again the Philippine Press Institute and Hans Seidel Foundation for giving me the chance to share the initial results of my research, to our audience from Bulacan and the rest of Luzon. Thank you and have a nice afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Ipe, for that presentation. So offhand, we saw that the pandemic, iba-ibang aspeto yung naging impact niya sa ating industriya. It's not just us being concerned whether we'll also get sick or not, pero merong aspeto sa labor. May aspeto pa actually sa news gathering. Nabanggit ni Ipe yung matinding dependence on government sources. Nitong pandemic, iba talaga. That's why even the way we gather the news, the way we present the news may have also changed a bit. Puro tayo via Zoom ngayon. Ano bang impact nun sa mga reporters?
Yung mga press conferences, di ba?
Yeah. Oo.
Puro Zoom.
Tapos pag ayaw sa'yo nung source na kausap mo, pwedeng hindi ka tawagin.
Tama ba, Joyce, yung mga questions dapat itadaan sa Viber?
Yung iba may ganung requirements ngayon. Parang they want you to send ahead your questions. They can filter. Or kung hindi sila sure sa'yo, they might not really even call you. Diba? Or
hindi
worse.
Ganyan dati, di ba? Hindi ganyan dati. So you sit in a press conference. Of
course, hindi.
And hindi nila ma-screen yung questions mo. Iba ngayon yung situation.
Of course, sometimes there are instances where they ask ahead for your questions, especially if it's a presidential coverage. Sometimes, out of courtesy, out of deference dun sa presidente, para hindi lang siya mabigla dun sa nitty-gritty, like you're asking pala for a certain budget number or something. But pero ganun lang. It's not the norm. Now, baliktad. It's become the norm for people to ask you, send your questions ahead. Or worse, kung naka-live interview ka, radio or teleradyo or TV, tas ayaw nung source mo yung tinatanong mo, pwede lang siya mag-freeze. Tapos magpanggap na pangit yung reception niya. I-off na niya yung Zoom niya. Naku, ang dami. Napakadami pong challenges na present ang pandemic dito sa atin, sa industriya natin, and malaki ang implikasyon sa the way we consume the news para naman sa audience natin. So we really look forward to the results ng KLI ng research ninyo, Prof. Ipe.
Minsan I've heard nasty stories na yung mga kausap nila sa Zoom or sa phone, biglang nagsasabi na ay pangit yung connection ko. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. And then they will drop out of the call.
May mga ganong instances or sasabihin, wala pong signal ngayon .
So unlike before, may mga press scrums, di ba? May mga ambush interviews, no? Di mo ba nami-miss yun, Joyce, yung mga ambush interview?
Lalo na sa Malacanang, makikipagbalyakan ka pa sa PSG,
Hindi mo
no?
ba nami-miss yun, yung mga ambush interviews?
I miss that. Nakaka-miss din. Lalo na ngayon sa desk, ano? Pero dati ibang-iba.
Walang ganun ngayon, no? Oh.
Para ngayon, bago ka mag-ambush interview, patingin muna ng RT-PCR. Ayoko mahawa. May ganun ka rin concern. So, because we want this to have a local flavor, syempre everything is really local. And sa community journalist natin, most especially, kung mapapansin po ninyo, lumilipat-lipat yung second speaker natin. Depende sa host natin na community. So now, because we are hosted by Bulacan School, we have now our representative for Luzon. We have Rides Barsha, correspondent of Rappler, to discuss community media challenges through a journalist lens. Hi, Rides!
Hi, Joyce. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
The floor is yours, kapatid.
Yes, thanks. Thank you. While hinahanap ko muna yung air.
Kami ni Rides, marami kaming pinagdaanan ng mga coverage at training nito. Tapos nakakamiss yung kakain after.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm based in Legazpi City. I'm presenting about the here. Nakikita niyo po ba?
Yes.
Okay. From Professor Ipe, ang ganda ng presentation ni Prof. Ipe. From him, I'd like to share yung experiences namin dito from the ground as a journalist. I'd like to present yung the other side ng community practitioner sa Bicol region as a journalist. So here's the outline. I have 5 topics to be discussed. First, here the outline is community journalist challenges in disaster-prone region in time of pandemic, impact of ABS-CBN and Sagitsit News radio station closure to the public, going beyond the comfort zone despite of restrictions amid the pandemic, coping with new normal coverage and poor internet connectivity in Bicol region, disaster-prone region po. And last is journalist perspective in time of pandemic. So, here for community journalist challenges in disaster-prone region in time of pandemic. Alam naman po natin na Bicol region is the corridor of disaster. We are the one-stop shop of disaster. So during the EZQ, we experienced the earthquake in Masbate. We experienced a series of typhoons in Bicol region, specifically in Camarines, in Catanduanes and Albay, the hardest hit nung series of typhoons po na nangyari last year, nung 2020 and 2021. So, what are the challenges we are facing as a journal dito sa Bicol? Yung mga mamahayag po sa Bicol, usually yung pinaka-problema namin ng mga mamahayag is there's no transportation available for more than a year. So yung mga nagko-commute, talagang hirap na hirap pumunta sa mga area na dapat merong i-cover. And then, napakamahal po ng transportation at the time. And then, kung merong mang transportation, public transportation at the time, tricycle lang. So, hindi ka makakapunta sa mga layong lugar unless na meron kang vehicle para pumunta sa area kung saan ka mag-cover. Aside from that, that time nung hardest lockdown, karamihan ng mga positive sa COVID is mga tricycle driver. So wala na option that time yung mga journalist, maging ka na lang, maging resourceful ka na lang to go to the areas na you wanted to go to cover your stories. Here. So yan ang Legazpi at the time. During daytime and nighttime. So talagang totally no public transportation. And eto, yung fear of being infected with the virus and possible transmission to the family. Ito yung pinakakatukutan ng mga mamahayag na laging nasa labas. No hazard pays and limited financial resources in support from publication dahil sa nagkaroon tayo ng mabigat na krisis sa ekonomiya. At the time, though kahit ngayon ganun pa rin, so ang coverage, ang trabaho ng mamahayag sa labas, lalo yung mga reporter, we as a soldier, talagang isa survival of the fittest. So, you have to, yun nga sinabi ko, maging resourceful po tayo na lang at that time. Yung mga kaibigan, yung mga sasakyan, yung mga kamag-anak, pinapakasuyuan na i-drive ka na lang papunta sa lugar kung saan ka pupunta para makakover ka sa area na. Lalo na po, nung time na series of typhoons, a series of flooding, series of, yun nagkaroon kami ng earthquake. Ang hirap pumunta sa mga lugar kung paano ka makakapag-interview to hear the people, to hear the voices of the people from the grassroots. Here. This is taken from the quarantine site ng Legazpi City na hindi ka basta makakapasok without protected gears. Here. During the hardest lockdown, we experienced ang hirap ng kokonti ang mainstream media sa Bicol region. So this is the situation now. Mas marami yung mga vloggers, mas marami yung mga nagpo-programa sa, we call it mga fly-by-night. Yung mga nagmimedya-medyahan. Tapos nagsarado pa po ang ABS-CBN at that time, affecting 30 employees after 23 years of operation. So yung na-feel namin na yung pagsara ng ABS at the time at the peak of the pandemic tapos na natural disaster, para kaming naputulan ng another paa. Bakit? Kasi ang dami nang naputol your umbilical cord kasi ang tao nag-rely lang sa TV, sa ABS for mas malawak na mararating ng information. Sa radyo, ang pahayagan po is more on may mga internet lang, may mga copy ka ng newspaper, pero talaga yung widest range ng news is makikita mo, maririnig mo sa radio at makikita po sa ABS-CBN dito sa Bicol. So yun ang pinakamahirap at that time. At ngayon, kasi kulang ng mga legit and independent journalists na nagko-cover talaga sa grassroots. So this is our concern at this time. ABS-CBN Regional News totally put down their cameras and microphones dahil nga sa hindi na rin yung kanilang franchise to operate dahil sa okay. After ng closure ng ABS-CBN a few months ago, it's 5 months ago, another local radio station sa Legazpi, nagsara po ang Sagit News FM. This is owned by June Alegre. Pinasara to noong November 8 ng NTC dahil dun sa nagkaroon ng si June Alegre is accusing a mayoral candidate, currently a party list representative, Alfredo Garbin, behind the closure of radio station Sagit News FM due to politically motivated. So, ito yung another 25 employees yung affected as of to date. So, sila yung mga nawalan ng trabaho in the middle of pandemic. Aside nung nag-shrink talaga lahat ng mga publication locally dito sa Bicol dahil sa economic downturn and pandemic. But despite of that, the Sagitsit News FM trying to fight their freedom. Ngayon nagpo-program sila through online just to report to the public, just to serve to the public. So how are we coping up with the new normal today? Yung sinabi nga ni Professor Ipe, more on nila Joyce na tayo nagre-relate tayo ngayon sa new normal na mahirap kung sanay ka sa labas. Lalo na ang Bicol, karamihan naman sa mga area dito, mahirap yung internet connection. So, pandemic radically changed media coverage, coping with the new normal through virtual platforms. Nagkaroon ng decoding shift from face-to-face coverage to virtual press conferences. Ito yung pinakamahirap dito sa Bicol. Yung mga observation na nakikita natin sa presscon, ang kaibahan kasi sa presscon, sa face-to-face presscon, matatanong mo yung question uncut. Pero dito sa virtual presscon, pag ang tanong mo medyo critical, hindi babasahin ang tanong mo or i-edit nila yung question mo. Which is nawawala ng saysay, hindi mo makukuha yung pinaka-meat ng story pag virtual press conferences lang. Unlike nung face-to-face, talagang mapipiga mo yung tinatanong mo sa subject na gusto mong gawin. Just like, merong instances na press conference, it's a political, during nung filing ng candidacy, marami yung mga nagtatanong sa politiko. It's about, yung mga ano ng tanong, tawag namin dyan, yung mga tanong na gusto lang ng mga politiko. So, here comes merong nagtanong sa politician. It's about the controversial issue na yung politicians na yun nagalit sa reporter, binan siya to cover any event na meron sila ngayon dahil dun sa tanong na controversial na ayaw nila tanungin. And so, meron din dito sa Department of Health na press con na nangyari at that time. So, merong question na controversial din, pero they don't read the question in toto. So, kinat nila. So, yun ang nakakainis sa isang mamahayag na ikakat yung mga questions mo na hindi sila i-read in toto. Unlike ng face-to-face, talagang matatanong mo yung mga gusto mong tanong. Here, ito yung ng mga nafe-feel namin dito sa ground as a soldier. Virtual press conferences turn more beneficial to the government agencies than the media practitioners. Government officials and agencies select media outlets to they regard as to be friendly. So ngayon, ang nangyayari pag mayroong mga event sila, yung mga independent, legit media practitioner, hindi na nila ini-invite. Dahil mas ini-invite nila yung mga reporters na they consider it reporters. Pero karamihan sa kanila, black timers, yung mga nagpo-program lang sa Facebook, yung mga ganyan. So, parang Facebook journalism na lang. They rely on Facebook journalism and then the black timers, but not on independent and legit media practitioners. So, with this, being neutral is not the core of journalism anymore. You have to take the stand. You have to take a stand, lalo na sa mga nangyayari ngayon. So, what we feel now dito sa countryside, we are hungry for truth. Kasi hindi na lalabas yung mga dapat malabas na story hindi sinasagot ng mga local politicians yung mga dapat nila sagutin. Dahil nga sa kinakat yung mga stories. I mean, kinakat nila yung mga tanong at hindi nila ini-entertain yung mga questions na controversial. Worst, binaban pa nila. So, looking around, kung titingnan niyo po yung situation sa countryside ng mga mamamahayag, is different from the journalists in Manila. Kasi the journalists in the countryside, lalo pa pag correspondent ka, you are representing a national newspaper or publications. Ikaw lahat, pag correspondent ka, ikaw lahat yung gagawa. So, wala kang beat. So, you have to write everything, political stories, environmental stories, pandemic stories, or health stories. So, magiging jack of all trade ka. Hindi, yun ang pagkakaiba usually. So, mahirap siya lalo pag pupunta ka sa mga lugar na ang lalayo. Hindi biro maging mamayag sa disaster-prone region so far compare sa mga areas na hindi siya masyado daanan ng disasters and hindi siya Bicol is peninsula, so medyo mahirap sa mamahayag ang pag-cover. Pero kailangan mong mag-survive. It's a survival of the fittest, lalo na sa ngayon na in time of pandemic and of disaster. So ito, from the ground, wait. Okay, sa broadcast industry naman po dito sa Bicol, good thing kasi meron namang mga meron namang radio stations na talagang totally independent from, they are detached from politics. So nakakapagtrabaho ang media freely, unhindered, unless na merong black timer sa radio station na yan. So here's the journalist perspective. Yung na-observe ko po as mamahayag dito sa countryside, sa pag-iikot ko sa buong Bicol. Since the hardest lockdown, meron akong pinuntang area sa Camarines Sur and Camarines Norte na I live with them for few days para makita ko kung how does the grassroots surviving the pandemic. Tapos meron pa kami the time of coming typhoon. So before dumating si typhoon Quintas, pumunta ako sa isang area sa Camarines Sur. It's a remote area in Camarines Sur. Nandun isa siya sa rich fishing ground ng Camarines Sur. Karamihan ng mga tao doon mangingisda. Yun lang ang pinaka-source of living nila. So from there, ang napansin ko sa mga mangingisda, they are in phases of desolation at that time kasi wala silang source of income, nasa hardest lockdown, tapos meron pang badating na bagyo. So walang, kung they will go into fishing, kung mag-venture sila into fishing, so hirap na hirap sila magbenta ng nakuha nilang isda kasi walang buyer. So that time, ang local media practitioner naman at that time sa Camarines Sur, according to them, walang nakakarating. So hindi nila maipaalam sa government yung mga challenges, yung paghihirap nila na they don't have food, na nahihirapan sila, yung kumakain na lang sila ng minsan once or twice a day dahil sa kulang yung supply na bigas or kulang yung rasyon na binibigay ng government. So nag-survive sila through karajinan. Ito yung another source of livelihood kasi they don't want to go on fishing na dahil wala namang bumibili. And so, walang transportation and the LGUs at that time, walang inaalaw na pumasok na bumibili ng isda from Manila. So, talagang locally lang yung consumption. Hindi na nila nabibenta ng mahal compare nung walang pandemic. So, nung makarating ako sa lugar nila, tuwang-tuwa sila kasi may ipaparating nila yung mga pressing issues na hinaharap nila, na kailangan nila ng assistance from the government, na hindi lang pagkain, na they need local livelihood to sustain their day-to-day life. And then, yung mga bata na dating nag-aaral, they indulge into child labor na, pero with the consent of the parents, just to earn a living for them to survive. So, yun ang nakita ko na kaibahan ng mga nasa pinaka-remotest area kung paano sila mag-survive. And then in Camarines Norte naman, merong karamihan ng mga karamihan ng mga IPs, kung paano sila nagsusurvive, they go on to, hand a honeybee, naglalakad sila ng matagal, naglalakad sila ng few hours para makapaghanap lang ng honey. Yun ang nagiging nila, yun ang nagiging source ng source of livelihood, source of survival. So yun ang pinaka magandang story from the ground compare pag nasa comfort zone ka lang, na dito ka lang halimbawa sa city, na hindi mo mafe-feel masyado yung paghihirap compare pag nandiyan ka sa countryside, sa mga remotest area, far-flung area na may limited transportation, may limited source of livelihood. So para maparating mo sa government ang malalaking stories from the grassroots, you have to go down to the farthest area through public journalism approach. Para nakakapagkwento sila kung ano yung problema nila, kung ano yung hinaharap, kung ano yung mga needs nila, at ano yung mga panawagan nila sa government. So here, gusto ko lang po ipakita yung mga, although kanina sana marami itong photo, pero binawasan ko dahil hindi siya kaya pumasok. So ito yung makikita po natin, yung mga tao sa countryside during the hardest lockdown. Na aside from pandemic, we are experiencing a series of typhoons, yung Kinta, yung Rolly, and Ulysses. Ito yung pinakamahirap kasi in the span of a week, talagang a series of typhoon yung mga dumaan sa Bicol, aside ng mga floodings, aside ng earthquake. So ang hirap pumunta, ang hirap mag-cope up pag hindi matibay ang magpapakahina ka sa coverage na merong pandemic na nakakatakot. At the time when I underwent quarantine twice kasi I was exposed to a COVID positive, and my mom naging positive at that time sa COVID. So at that time, yung takot ako kasi baka ako yung nag-contract sa mother ko ng COVID. Pero I see to it na okay naman ako. So my mom, nakakuha siya ng COVID outside. So ito yung pinakakatakutan ng mga journalist, na makapag-contract ka ng COVID sa family mo. But at that time, na kahit ang hirap-hirap ng sitwasyon, you have to go to the grassroots. You have to report from where the action is. para makikita mo kung ano ba talaga yung nangyayari sa baba kaysa nasa city or nasa comfort zone ka lang. So ito yung napuntahan ko po sa Camarines Sur. Ito yung mga bata na tumutulong. Ito sa Tinambak. Tumutulong yung mga bata sa parents nila para makapag-survive sa day-to-day life nila. So ito, through my lens, these marginalized people suffer the brunt of complex disaster events. So sila po talaga yung hirap na hirap sa sitwasyon nung hardest lockdown. Na hindi sila makagalaw, walang source of living, tapos kulang yung food ration na binibigay ng government, walang source of livelihood, tapos meron pang mga series of disaster na nangyari. So ito yung pinakamahirap na sitwasyon sa countryside na hindi dapat napapabayaan, na hindi dapat basta lang binabaliwala. So kailangan talaga yung mamahayag nasa grassroots lagi, lalo sa Bicol region po. Hindi pa pwedeng nasa comfort zone mo lang, hindi pa pwedeng magre-relay ka lang lagi sa webinars kasi the real story is nasa grassroots. So you have to draw the line to report to the public. Ito yung mga nangyayari sa baba. So ito po ang they lost economic opportunities due to limited access to public transportation. Wala silang mapag-imbaka na kanilang mga produkto at wala ding bumibili dahil mahirap dalhin sa public market dahil walang source of transportation. But despite of that, despite nung mga challenges na yon, ang maganda rin na nangyari sa mga mamahayag na nakita ko sa mga kapatid natin sa mamahayag, that despite of disaster, despite of pandemic, yung resiliency ng mga mamahayag from the grassroots is really tested like a soldier na tested sa battlefield despite of pandemic, complex disaster events, despite of restriction in economic crisis talaga na nag-survive at patuloy na gumagawa ng trabaho nila para makapagbigay balita freely sa publiko at sa government. Malamang na ng government kung ano yung problema natin sa grassroots. So, here's, I'd like to show to you yung mga pictures. Ito yung after to ng Quinta sa Tiwi. Tiwi is also the ground zero in Albay. So, karamihan hanggang ngayon homeless pa din. Yung food production is totally devastated. Ito yung photo during the Typhoon Rolly na maraming bahay yung sinira, tinabunan ng lahar, ng flooding. Ito, this one na nag-shoot ng photo is his father, Joseph Salando of Radio Veritas. So kahit siya yung nasa top brass na din ng radio station Radio Veritas, nasa ground din siya to cover the event. Kasi hindi kakayanin ng reporters na dahil sa extensive damages. So kahit yung mga top brass ng local station, talagang they go onto the field to report kung ano nangyayari sa labas. So, that's it. That's my presentation. Just marvelous.
Ayan.
Wow, Rides.
Thank you, Rides. That was really
Thank you.
an eye-opener from the ground, the point of view, something
Yes.
that, things that we take for granted perhaps in Metro Manila, outside sa community, iba talaga ang situation. Kung nahihirapan na yung mga mga nasa Metro Manila based na journalists, mas lalo tigit yung ating mga community journalists. May mga ilang comments tayo dito, no? Since the start of the presentation of Prof. Ipe kanina, si Dr. Janet Valdez, she said both publishers and media practitioners, especially from the grassroots, experience serious challenges in their profession during the pandemic. This is really true. Challenging enough prior to the pandemic, and now it's become even more difficult for us, ano?
Yes.
Si Julie Alipala, she said, mahirap maging mojo during a pandemic. Right? Ano bang meaning ng mojo? Do we want to explain this to our...
Si Ate Julie kaya?
Julie, since you volunteered
Si Ate Julie kaya?
acronym.
Hindi siya nagsabi.
Oo, hindi ito yung mojos ng shakies, ha? Mas masarap yun. Pero, ito trabaho to. Mobile journalism.
Yeah.
Ito yung... Bitbit mo lahat.
Yeah, true. Backpack, camera, lahat. Lahat ng mga equipment na kaya mo dalhin sa labas, lalo pag disaster event. Ang hirap-hirap, ang bigat-bigat, but you have to endure kasi kailangan mo sa coverage.
And I think for community journalists, right, parang ito very typical, no? Unlike yung iba na, of course, the bigger the organization, the more defined. Meron kang sariling photographer, may sarili kang photo editor, may sarili kang reporter, may editor ng text. Sa probinsya ay isang ano yun. Let's vault in ang drama natin lahat ng reporter. Siya rin ang kukuha ng photo, siya rin ang kukuha ng video. Pagtapos yung kumuha, siya rin ang mag-i-edit. Tama, rights? Ganun yung...
Ikaw lahat. Ikaw magsasaing. Lahat. So, lahat. Ikaw lahat. So, passion na lang talaga. Yung passion na lang talaga to serve the public through journalism.
Yeah. Sabi rin ni Julie, sa pandemic, hindi mo alam saan magstay. Oo nga. Sino willing makapag-usap or makapartner sa coverage, you do it alone. Actually, Ipe, may nabanggit kasi si Rides na struck a chord sa akin kanina, no? She said na parang isang difficulty pa noon is yung pag-uwi mo sa bahay, iisipin mo pa kung nadala mo ba yung sakit doon. Sorry, either may interference or si Ipe ba yun?
Intermittent yung signal ni Ipe.
Oo nga
Sabi niya kanina, oo.
Parang feeling ko lalabas din yun dun sa study niya na and I wonder baka eventually there should be another study on the mental well-being of our journalists in the time of a pandemic. Parang lalo pa we have a very macho culture. Aminin man natin hindi. In the Philippines, parang hindi
wala
normal.
Tayong stress. Wala tayong
normal sa journalist na magsabi na pagod na ako or natatension ako, na-stress ako. We keep it to ourselves eh.
Tapos parang tayo yung mga parang hindi ka pa pwedeng parang wala kang kagutuman. I mean,
ay, hindi yan totoo, Rides. Ganaman ako hindi nag-agree. Teka naman muna.
Pag nasa field tayo, di ba?
Dapat like kang may dalang food.
Hindi mo mafe-feel na gutom ka na unless
adrenaline.
Adrenaline
rush kasi.
Di ba, Joy, sabi nga niya, Rides, ang journalist daw is one of the most resilient persons.
Yes.
If not the most resilient, talaga.
Actually, Ariel, may karugtong yan. Ang karugtong yan, ang journalist din may ulcer, may gout, diabetes. Kasi nga, nalilipasan ng gutom or first kumakain lang kung ano lang yung available, which is not actually healthy food, ano?
Correct. Ayan.
Si Dr. Valdez earlier was raising her hand. I saw her.
Ma'am,
Hi,
Ms.
ma'am.
Joyce. Yeah.
Yes po.
I hope the students can contextualize the stories given by Rides kasi may mga campus journalists tayo dyan sa audience.
Perfect.
So
Yes, ma'am.
now you're seeing the realities of journalism, and it really is a matter of sacrifice and a matter of choice being in the field.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like pastoral journalism.
Oo. Yeah.
But ma'am, on one hand, I agree with you. Really, in times of calamities, in times of difficulties, journalists rise to the occasion.
True.
That's one point, diba? We've always done that. That's part of our history. From Spanish occupation to martial law to the pandemic, we always rise to the occasion. But on the other hand, while we acknowledge that we are resilient, dapat singilin din yung may-ari ng media companies natin for labor issues, failing to provide health equipment. Diba? Isa yun sa mga binanggit nila eh.
Yes.
Konti lang yung mga merong nabigyan talaga ng PPE or ng insurance man lang for your coverage.
So I remember si Kuya Ed Lingaw.
Yes.
That time wala kaming power for a month, for more than a month. So pinadala niya ako that time ng solar charger. Kasi yung mga power bank ko at the time talagang hindi na siya makaserve sa akin kung saan ako napupuntang area kasi syempre malalayo siya. Tapos nakalimutan ko na from the field kailangan ko pala mag-charge na at that time walang kuryente, wala kang source of power. So yun, nagkataon lang na talaga na nakatulong yung charger na solar power na pinadala sa akin. Para makapag-charge kung ilang araw. Usually kasi pag nasa field ako, lalo na pag malalayo, lalo pag nasa area na ang hirap abutin kasi you have to walk for few kilometers. Ilang oras yun nalalakarin mo tapos bababa ka lang to charge. So marami akong dalang power bank at that time pero talagang hindi siya kinaya. So in time of disaster talaga tapos may pandemic so talagang totally complex disaster na dadaanan ng journalist sa isang lugar na merong mga kagaya ng Bicol na madalas kami daanan ng mga disasters.
Right, sa tawa ko dun sa description mo sa Bicol kanina. You said it's a one-stop shop for pandemic, for disasters. Pero totoo, diba? Para every time na may bagyong darating, hindi pwedeng hindi tumama sa Bicol.
Oo, disaster corridor nga daw, Joyce.
Oo nga eh.
Mas meron pa kaming
maski environmental disaster, meron din dyan eh, diba? Sa inyo.
Yes.
Kompleto nga po. One-stop shop nga kami ng disasters.
Oo.
Sorry, hindi ako naka-participate at nalaglag ako.
Pero we were just talking about kanina labor issues din. Saka yung mental well-being ng mga reporters, mga journalists.
I think important yon kasi nung pandemic, nagkaroon tayo ng sense na, we need to do a lot of things kasi we're working from home. Pero nakalimutan natin na, we need to take a break once in a while. We need to recover our weekends, no, to recharge. Nakakalimutan natin yun because of the need to show productivity. No, to justify, yung na-mention nga natin yan in the context of economic difficulties eh. Kasi insecure yung jobs natin. So we need to show productivity. In the sense, it's taking away from our health, tumataas ang stress levels natin. No? So it's something that we really need to look into. Kaya si Rights magandang isama sa
KII.
Sa mga i-interviewin sa KII.
Yeah, of course.
Diba, Rights?
Of course.
Sure. Willing. Yung kailangan natin ng stress debriefing.
Totoo yan.
Ma'am, may ask?
Pero para dun, just to speak to Sister's point, just to speak to Sister's point, sana hindi naman ma-dishearten yung mga students natin na mag-aral ng journalism.
Wala si Ipe.
Oo nga.
Hindi si Sister, si Dr. Valdez yung nagbanggit.
Tutugan ko nga dapat si Ipe na napakahirap magturo ng journalism ngayon. Kasi I also teach journalism in college and sa masters. Ay napakahirap. Paano mo ituro ang news gathering na lahat kayo nasa Zoom?
Correct.
Hindi mo mapupunta sa labas. Hindi mo mapag-cover. Nawala yung face-to-face na pwede silang mag-interview, ma-develop yung social skills nila. Tapos ngayon, wala ka ring non-verbal cues na pagbasa. You don't even know kung galit yung kaharap mo. Masaya ba siya? Nakikinig ba talaga siya? Or naka-freeze siya sa Zoom? Si Sister Ardeta, Ma'am Sister Marisa is, I think has a question. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Yes po, I posted the question in the chat box. We have heard so many things in terms of your challenges. Napakarami po talaga, no? But my question is, what made you continue to be a journalist with all those difficulties with the materials, human resources, and even climates, kalaban na rin ninyo, ano? What made you continue to serve, no, as a journalist?
Kanino po yung tanong sister sa akin?
Sa'yo, right.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a passion. It's a passion na rin po. Kasi kung magki-quit kami, kung magki-quit ako sa profession na to, I mean, maraming darating. Pero kung magki-quit ako sa gitna ng kalamidad, sa gitna ng complex disaster, sino pa magbabalita? Hindi po ba? We are not jumping into a ship na ano siya, na how do you call it?
It's sinking, you jump ship.
Yeah, sinking.
Don't do that.
Just to save myself. Di po ba? So we have to rally behind, to stand for our calling, our passion to serve the public na kaya natin.
Saka idugtong natin, sister, in times of calamities, in times of difficulties, all the more that we need information. Remember the Typhoon Rolly that hit several parts of Luzon late last year? And then people were complaining, 2 days na kaming baha dito, bakit walang nire-report sa media? Kasi walang nakaabot doon. Walang nakarating doon because the regional TV of ABS-CBN was shut down in that area. So walang nagre-report, di ba? So all the more that people need information. That's the noble answer to sister's question. The not so noble is wala tayong ibang pagkakitaan.
Saka, di ba,
And we cannot rely on the fake news, yung mga pinapadalang story na basta, I mean, mga data na wala talagang first ano siya. Hindi mo na nakita.
Yeah.
So we have to fight. We pursue our profession despite of difficulties as a
Naisip
passion.
ko tuloy yung binabanggit natin, hindi naman lagi, pero nasasagap, I mean, na pag-iisipan natin, journalism really is a calling.
Yeah, it's a calling.
Nabanggit na ni sister kanina, calling din yung patulad ng trabaho nila, di ba? Yun, calling talaga.
And so we survived. Ako, in my case, I'm writing for several publications. I'm nakakatulong din yung I was commissioned by international organization, news organization, international organization to write stories for them. So malaking factor. And also yung mga journalism fellowship in the past at ngayon virtual na lang yung mga fellowship, pero nakatulong yung mga yun for us to go on with this profession.
I think journalists are very good din at multitasking eh. So we tend to balance kung ano, we tend to juggle a lot of things on our hands, ano? Dun sa kabilang chat group, not in this Zoom chat, we were discussing lang rides. There was this article from Vice kahapon lang to eh. Sa Hong Kong naman, very similar, under a pandemic and under a crackdown from China, of course, di ba? Yung mga reporters doon also quit their jobs. Tapos nakakalungkot kasi some of them naging taxi driver na lang or nagtitinda ng chicken. I mean, nothing dishonorable sa jobs na yun, pero I mean, they were forced into it eh. Hindi nila kagustuhan na umalis sa profession. Kaya lang, because of the crackdown and because of the pandemic, nawalan sila ng trabaho. So malaki talaga yung impact sa industry.
Pero ako naman, personal experience ko, this pandemic, mas dumami yung trabaho ko.
Parehas tayo.
Mas madami yung naging source of income mo kasi mas maraming nag-tap sa'yo to write stories for them, yung lalo sa situation na
good for you.
Good for you.
Yung ganung situation.
Yan ang literal na hashtag sana all.
Sana all.
For our mga kapatid sa
Siguro final point na lang to
Yes,
sisters viewpoint. Siguro sister, we can say na journalism is parang religious calling din siya. Sa klase, tinatanong ko yung mga estudyante, is it a profession or a vocation? So parang in the discussion, we conclude na it's somewhere in between. It's not exactly a profession na you know, you just work.
Ayan, puputol-putol lang talaga si Prof. Ipe. Ano yung signal niya?
Nasa Manila na yan, ha?
Oo nga, lalo na siguro
connectivity. Lalo na sa mga areas na...
May mga comments lang before I let both of our first two speakers go. I'll just read them. Ralph Robles, journalists aside from health workers are also frontliners for delivering and fighting for the truth. Thank you. Kudos daw sa mga media practitioners.
Salamat.
Pero dun sa house show na mas malaki pa yung ID sa ID natin.
Isa sa mukha, kaysa pag
sa mukha, laki-laki ng ID. From Julie, we always weigh things if worth it ba ang COVID risk and the coverage. Equally important stories. At the end of the day, the idea of bringing home an unseen danger mataas pa rin. Yes, that is also true. That's why I'm sure ang mga journalists natin, like frontliners, may protocol sa bahay. Ligo muna bago pumasok, etc. From Michael Botis, we were really caught off guard in 2020. Yes, and slowly different sectors of society tried their best to cope. Now that we are gradually moving towards a new normal or now normal thing, we can try our best to be ready. From your perspective, this is a question pala for maybe Rides, you want to take this. How should schools prepare students for them to be resilient, adaptive, or flexible in the many possibilities in the future?
Ako ito lagi sinasabi ko sa mga estudyante pag kinukuha nila akong speaker sa Bicol University. Sinasabi ko sa kanila yung totoong trabaho ng mamahayag. Kasi ang alam nila sa trabaho natin, lalo yung sa TV, ang tingin nila, napaka-lucrative na trabaho, napaka-glamorous na trabaho. I told them, journalism is not glamorous work. It's full of sacrifices. Passion mo lang talaga yon. It's just like any other profession. It's a calling na trabaho to. Kasi lalo pag yun nga, uulitin ko ulit na we are the one-stop shop of disasters. So, walang kaartihan pag nasa coverage ka. Kung kailangan mong lumusong sa baha, sa putikan, you have to do it. Wala kang option. You have to do it. Kung kailangan mo maglakad at ng ilang kilometro, ng ilang bundok aakyatan mo, you have to do it.
Matatanggal lahat ng arte mo sa katawan.
Oo, tanggal lahat ng kartihan. Lahat ng kung anong comfort zone meron ka sa bahay, tanggal lahat yan. So wala. You have to be with them kung saan ka pumupunta ng area. Ako lagi ko lang sinasabi na you have to be in the shoes of others lagi. Lalo pag nasa grassroots ka. So for that, para malaman mo na ang trabaho ng mamayag hindi glamorosa.
Thank you, Rides. I think that's very important. Kasi sometimes sa academe, they tend to sugarcoat it. They tend to make it appear like everything's nice and clean and well, that's not true. What you see is the clean thing that you see is the package story already. Pero bago ka umabot doon, ang dami mo munang dadaanan at bawal ang maarte.
Kung minsan glamorous tayo, depende sa event, depende sa
coverage.
Opo, depende sa coverage. Pero ako, maraming beses, yung mga coverage na talagang challenging talaga. Minsan nagiging glamorosa rin depende sa area or nasa abroad ka sa fellowship, yung nagiging glamorosa ka. Pero depende rin sa sitwasyon.
Ayun. May one more comment. Si Ipe just wanted to stress the point that, journalism is more of a vocation. Si Miss Imelda de la Sena, I heard her struggle about releasing articles, and if they're not agreeable to politicians, most people now turn to social media for information. Yeah, much needed in these times. Real news. Yes po. So ayun, I think we will close here this first part of our seminar. Thank you, Rides. Thank you, Prof. Ipe.
Welcome.
Oo. Hindi po uso ang coffee break dito sa PPI. So we will proceed immediately to our third speaker. She is the head of ABS-CBN's Bayan Mo Ipetrol Mo. I'd like all of you to welcome Ms. Weng Paraan, Ms. Rowena Caranza Paraan, to discuss citizen journalism in the time of coronavirus. Hi, Ms. Weng.
Hi, Joyce.
Hello, Weng.
Yan, glamorosa today.
Naka-t-shirt. Hindi, gusto ko ipakita tong t-shirt ko. Gusto ko tama. Yan. Luma na to. This was our campaign t-shirt for our anti-fake news campaign ng ABS-CBN. So magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Akala ko may coffee break pa eh. Nasana
Wala na. Oo, wala na.
Last year. Tapos kanina ko pa gusto mag-bat in dun sa mga pinag-uusapan niyo. Nagpigil talaga. Basta ang alam ko si Ariel laging glamoroso.
Basta waist up.
Waist up lang, ha? Okay nga, alam mo na yan.
Yan na po, yan ang Zoom secret natin.
Okay, sige. So, let me share my screen. So, yung topic ko is all about citizen journalism. So, paano natin siya ikakabit sa pandemic, no? Kasi yung sabi nga ni Rides, siya, mas marami siyang trabaho, no? Dahil sa pandemic. So, mas maraming nagtatap sa kanya ng mga news organizations para tulungan sila dun sa coverage, lalo na sa isang napakalayong lugar tulad ng mga lugar sa Bicol na ito yung welcome mat para sa bagyo. Taga Bicol din po ako, tsaka madalas talaga bukod sa bagyo meron ka pang mayon at tsaka sa iba pang disaster. So napakahalaga ng papel ng mga province-based journalists katulad nila Rides, katulad nila Ate Julie, naka-ate. At dahil din sa pandemic actually, lumaki rin yung papel ng mga tinatawag nating citizen journalists. No? So sa ABS-CBN, we have a program called Bayan Mo Ipatrol Mo. This is our citizen journalism platform. Pero hindi lang ABS-CBN yung merong ganito. Marami din sa Pilipinas at lalong marami sa iba pang lugar sa buong mundo. Yan. Nakashare na pala yung screen ko kanina pa. So ano yung pag-uusapan natin? So una yung potential ng crowdsourcing because citizen journalism is crowdsourcing. Then ano yung citizen journalism, paano siya nakakatulong? Tapos ano yung citizen journalism sa Pilipinas? So these are our topics. So just to illustrate yung potential ng citizen journalism, I would like to bring you back to an incident that happened at the Boston Marathon. Yung Boston Marathon, isa siyang mahalagang event para sa mga mahilig tumakbo, sa mga runners. Ito po ay isang event na pinupuntahan ng maraming tao para mag-compete o kaya para manood to be a part of the experience. In 2013, a bombing happened during the marathon. The first information about it came out through a Twitter post na hindi ng isang taga-media o ng media, kundi ng isang ordinaryong tao. It came out at 2:57. Sabi niya, was 2 blocks away from Boston Marathon finish line when boom boom, gray smoke, lots of police. So, ito yung unang information no, na nakuha ng marami about the event, no, the bombing. And then the next tweet came out at 3:08. And it was from a netizen saying that 5 ambulances have gone to Boston Marathon finish line from where I stand. So 3:08, 2:57, 3:08. And finally, the Atlantic Choir came out with a story. Explosions reported at the Boston Marathon. Dozens may be injured. So, pag tingnan natin, no, even the formulation, hindi siya ganun ka-definite. So that's the Atlantic Choir, the first news organization that issued an information about what happened. 3:20. So 2:57, 3:08, 3:20. Finally, CNN, in its breaking news report, also via Twitter, said that 2 blasts at Boston Marathon have injured at least 6 people, some seriously. Situation still developing. So pag tinignan natin 2:57, 3:40, ang laki ng gap. 43 minutes. At ang nauna ay hindi media, kundi isang ordinaryong tao na narinig yung pagsabog and tweeted about it. So ano yung point dito? Pinapakita niya yung malaking potential ng citizen journalism. Na ang information ngayon ay hindi na lang siya nanggagaling sa mga traditional news organizations katulad ng mga CNN, Atlantic Choir, ABS-CBN, GMA, and all others. Kung hindi, information can also come from ordinary people. And then, sa Pilipinas, ito yung isang magandang halimbawa. No? Kung nabalitaan nyo to, ito yung incident na tinawag na hulidap. Isang sasakyan sa EDSA, hinarang nung pangalawang sasakyan. Yung bumaba dun sa pangalawang sasakyan, may hawak silang mga mahabang armas. Armalites, no? Tapos ang una nilang sinabi dun sa pasahero ng unang sasakyan, may traffic violation. Pero hindi naman gumagamit ng long arms, di ba? Para sa traffic violation. And then later sabi nila may drugs daw. Isang concerned citizen, nakita niya yung nangyayari, took a photo and then posted it again sa Twitter. So nakita siya ng media, nakita siya ng mga tao, grabbed the photo, and had an investigation done. No? The police had an investigation done. So nalaman na the men in the second vehicle were actually active police officers. And the first vehicle was carrying hundreds of thousands of pesos. No? So may malaking halagang dala-dala. So nagkaroon ng investigasyon at yung mga pulis ngayon ay humaharap ng kaso. So again, isang concerned citizen saw something happening in front of him, took a photo, and posted it in his Twitter account. But after a while, tinanggal niya yung natakot din siya. No? But media already grabbed the photo. So na-publish na siya. So another incident wherein ordinary people can be sources of information. And I think this is where citizen journalism is coming from. Ano pa yung mga ilang related terms na may kinalaman sa topic natin? Para lang madugtong-dugtong natin. So, crowdsourcing. Ang crowdsourcing is when you ask the help of the crowd in a certain project, or for information. Katulad halimbawa, Starbucks. Nagpa-contest sila sa mga tao para sa design ng kanilang bagong mug. So that's crowdsourcing. And then you have companies like DHL asking people for suggestions on how they can improve their products or their service. So maraming nagsuggest. So that's crowdsourcing. Siguro for students, ang pinakamadaling example, Wikipedia. Wikipedia contents are crowdsourced. Pwede kang maglagay ng tungkol kay Ariel Sabelino para magkaroon ng entry sa Wikipedia about Ariel or about the Philippine Press Institute, and you can edit. No? So it's crowdsourced. User-generated content or what we call UGCs, ito yung nanggaling mismo sa mga tao. So ito yung produkto, ito yung pictures, ito yung account. So UGCs. Hyperlocal journalism, ito yung isang resulta, no? Hindi naman siya lang yung resulta, pero siya yung nangyayari na because of citizen journalism, na-develop o mas umunlad yung tinatawag na nating hyperlocal journalism, as in super local. Usually kasi, di ba, pag sa traditional journalism, you have to have the elements para masabing mahalagang balita. Yan. Tapos, relative siya dun sa kung ano ang nangyayari at the moment. Kaya pag sinabi nating merong 100 bahay na natupok dahil sa apoy, as opposed dun sa 10 bahay na natupok, ang mas more likely ma-publish would be yung 100 bahay. So, but because of citizen journalism, yung hyperlocal journalism, yung poste na matutumba, yung bako-bakong kalsada dito sa street na to, isang tambak ng basura na hindi nakukuha dito sa kanto na to, nabibigyan siya ng space, no? Para maibalita. So yung hyperlocal journalism mas na-i-push because of citizen journalism. Okay. There are now also mga outfits, no? Katulad nitong dalawa na nakikita nyo sa screen, yung Storyful and Bellingcat. We actually had a guy from Storyful to come to the Philippines during one of the events organized by Democracy and Disinformation. So, ang Storyful, nag-monitor sila ng social media, and then they verify content that they see, and they actually sell it. So, kumikita sila from crowdsourcing. Binabayaran din nila yung nakukuhanan nila ng materials. Ang Bellingcat is known for their investigative reporting, again using crowdsourcing. So yung tong dalawang to magandang tingnan yung sites because they also give tips, no, on how to go about crowdsourcing, verifying contents in social media. So ang point sa slide na to is that it's not only being done in the Philippines, it's actually a trend na nangyayari in other countries. At maganda siyang tingnan, no, kung paano mo pa i-develop. What we're doing now here in the Philippines, magandang tingnan itong dalawang to as for ideas, no, on how we can further develop the citizen journalism that we do here in the Philippines. So sa Pilipinas, ito yung merong mga hindi lang to, no? Ito lang yung ilan. So you have U-Scoop ng GMA7, yung Rappler has Move PH, tapos ang Radyo 5 meron sila yung tinatawag na Taxi Squad. And then of course, ABS-CBN has Bayan Way Patrol. DZRH meron sila yung mga, hindi ko lang maalala kung anong tawag, pero they had drivers also, and they are the ones who actually report on air, no? So sila yung nagsasabi na dito sa lugar na to, sobrang traffic, dito merong aksidente, dito hindi ka makakaraan, umikot ka na lang, blah, blah, blah. So yun yung mga early forms ng citizen journalism. So, paano nakakatulong yung citizen journal? Pakita ko sa inyo by showing some examples submitted reports by citizen journalists. This is the raw video that was given by 2 high school students in Ubay, Bohol. Yung Ubay, Bohol ngayon na sobrang nasalanta ni Odette, no? Na hanggang ngayon wala pang kuryente. Itong 2 batang to attended a citizen journalism workshop by Bayan Maipatrol Mo in Tagbilaran. So pag-uwi nila sa Ubay, kinuha na nila ng video yung kanilang school na walang dingding, walang sahig, walang CR. So ito yung, I'm just going to show a little bit of the video. Yan. So yan yung kanilang itsura ng eskwelahan nila, no? So obviously, pag malakas ang ulan, pumapasok yung tubig. Kaya naman may basa-basa dun sa loob ng classroom nila. So after a news report based on the video that they sent, came out na karoon ng resolution yung problema nila. And this is the next video that the students sent.
Sa bayan may patrol mo, noong October 11, 2012, ay ganito na ang itsura ng aming paralan. May CR na at matapos na rin ang kanyang palit.
Oops. So yun. So may pader na, may CR na, may sahig na kasi simentado na nga itong harap. So nakakapagklase na raw sila kahit umuulan. So again, 2 high school students taking a video of their school was able to help to push for their school to be hindi ko nga alam kung repaired ito o to be finished kasi mukhang hindi talaga siya naituloy. And this one is a photo of maglolo na naglalakad ng 30 minutes from their barangay for the kid to be able to study para magkaroon siya ng signal kasi walang signal dun sa barangay nila at wala ring kuryente. So sabi nila nagbabayad sila ng 15 pesos para makapag-charge ng kanilang cellphone and then maglalakad ng 30 minutes para makapag-aral. The one who took this photo is a teacher. I think it's a teacher who would appreciate this kind of scene. And then when we published this, merong isang OFW na nurse na nagpadala ng solar-powered charging station para hindi na sila gumastos ng 15 pesos. And then other people also sent assistance ng mga pagkain tsaka cash kay Lolo. And then these are images of conflicts naman to. This one ay yung unang larawan na lumabas ng Maguindanao Massacre. Kaya yung itsura hindi pa sila nakaayos kasi eventually parang ipinila na nila yung mga katawan. So dun sa mga hindi nakakaalam, the Maguindanao Massacre or what we call the Ampatuan Massacre because it happened at the Ampatuan town in the province of Maguindanao. There were 58 people killed, 32 were members of Midya. Ito yung magpa-file sana ng certificate of candidacy. For the first time, somebody was going to run against the Ampatuans. Ito yung si Mangudadato. So, syempre, kinover siya ng media. Laking event nang nangyari yun. And then the convoy was stopped at a police checkpoint and everybody was brought up a hill and killed. Yung lahat ng 58 na nandun sa convoy. Merong ilan doon, passers-by, dumadaan lang. Nagkataon na dumaan sila at the time that the convoy was stopped. So the first image of that gruesome event came out because of a citizen journalist. Ito naman, padala ng ordinaryong tao nung nagkaroon ng clash sa Marawi noong 2017. And this is the video that he sent. Yan. Mga tao na nagbabakwit. Hila-hila yung kanilang mga maleta, dala-dala yung kanilang mga anak. Hindi na sila naghihintay ng any transportation from the LGU. Sila mismo naglakad para makaalis dun sa lugar kung kailan nagputukan na yung nagsimula yung bakbakan. Yung ABS-CBN noon, ang nearest team namin was in Cagayan de Oro. It would take 3 hours from Cagayan de Oro to Marawi. So, for yung unang newscast o yung unang report na naglabas tungkol sa Marawi siege ay yung images tungkol dun sa loob mismo ay nanggaling sa mga citizen journalists. Yung tinatawag namin bayan patrollers. Yan. Ito naman ay mga calamities. And this one both of these came from USCO. Yung lindol at saka yung nakakatuwa. Kahit may baha, nagpapiano. Yan. So, pag calamities talaga, hands down, ang superstar sa tingin ko sa kahit saang newsroom would be the citizen journalists. Kasi sila yung nandun eh. So sila yung magbibigay ng video ng lumalagitnit na yero, lumilipad na yero, mga punong sumasayaw sa hangin, sa lakas ng hangin. So sila yung merong kakayanan kasi sila yung nandun. And usually ang coverage ng media ay after the fact. Unless ikaw si Rides, na taga. Nandun ka mismo sa Bicol.
Galing ako dyan, Tiweng.
I know. Tapos yung mga ganito ring senaryo. Ito yung pagpaparehistro para sa election, and then this one, mga hugot na nakakapagod umakyat ng bundok pero mas nakakapagod ang umasa sa wala. Cheres. This is actually a group of na mga hugot photos that was published by USCO. So ito yung mga halimbawa ng mga reports na pinapadala ng citizen journalists. So how can citizen journalism help? One, it highlights community issues. Katulad nung issue ng eskwelahan sa Ubay Bohol, katulad nung problema sa pag-aaral, yung hirap sakripisyo ng mga katulad ni Lolo at saka nung anak niya para makapag-aral. It serves as a bridge between those in need and those who can help. Ito yung talagang napakalaking bagay. Kasi yung mga ganong problema, kung sino yung nandun, siya yung makakapagkwento. So napakalaking bagay na merong mga citizen journalists na nagkukwento ng mga individual stories of struggle na nakakatulong para mabigyan sila ng ayuda. Kung hindi man galing sa pamahalaan, galing sa mga kapwa natin Pilipino na gusto magbigay ng tulong. And then it can call attention to emergencies. Ang dami niyang example na yan. At ang pinakamatingkad would always be during times of calamities. Yung dito sa lugar na to, bumagsak yung bubong ng gym kung saan nag-evacuate yung mga tao. Kailan mo malalaman yun kung hindi sasabihin agad ng mga nagbibigay sa iyo ng impormasyon. Citizen journalism can provide updates from the ground on important issues such as elections, calamities, etc. It provides a venue for sharing positive experiences and it links people and build communities. Yung sharing of positive experiences, yung mga masasayang ginagawa ng ating mga kababayan, yung mga nananalo sa contest, yung mga nagpapakasal kahit ang taas ng tubig. Positive experience naman yun siguro para sa kanila. And then it can build communities. So halimbawa kami, yung bayan patrollers namin, nag-uusap-usap sila. May mga group, may subgroup sila, yung mga artists, yung mga mahilig sa astronomy, etc. So, it can help to build communities. Ngayon, pag dito kaugnay sa coronavirus, ano yung pwedeng itulong ng citizen journalism? This is an example of a report that was sent directly to our inbox. Isang tao na nagkukwento na dun sa barangay nila, binuksan yung basketball court at ginagamit ng mga bata. So nag-aalala siya na baka magkaroon ng hawaan. And then may mga ganito na katulad nito, this is a screen grab from a report ito yung nakalabas na siya from hospitalization. This was during the first part of the hard lockdown last 2020. So medyo ang laking bagay, diba? Gumagraduate from the hospital. So, tapos mga ganito, pagpila para sa ayuda. Ito ni-report ng taxi squad. Tapos yung mga ginagawa ng ating mga frontliners, katulad nito, nang pumunta sila doon sa mga remote areas, and they had to wear this protective gears. And then yung mga kwento ng sakripisyo ng mga individual frontliners. Tapos, through citizen journalism, pwede ka rin magpadala o mag-post ng mga paalala. And then, yung mga ganitong call-outs na nakakatuwa. Oops, sorry. Ano yung ibahagi, paano kayo nagpapalipas ng oras ngayong ECQ. Mga ganyang call-outs. And then, meron din kaming minsan natatanggap na ganito. Yan, mga ginagawa ng mga health workers ng St. Luke's BGC. So may nag-send para ipakita and also as a way ng paying tribute to the frontliners. Tapos ang laki ng tulong nito kasi pinagaan niya yung nakatulong yung mga ganitong video na para pagaanin yung newscast. Lalo na nung time nung matindi yung virus, tapos wala pang vaccine, hindi natin alam kung ano mangyayari. Ito yung mga ganitong nakatulong para pagaanin kahit papaano yung madilim na outlook. So what can citizen journalism do? Give information about the situation in the community, monitor compliance or implementation of health protocols, tapos fight disinformation. Grabe yung kumakalat, hindi lang siya dun sa mga wall, but in the private messages sa mga messaging apps. Yung sinasabi na kapag naturukan ka, mag-glow in the dark ka, mawawalan ka na ng menstruation, di ka na manganganak, or merong chips na kasama dun sa itinuturok sa'yo, kaya malalaman na bawat kilos mo, etc. So citizen journalists can help fight disinformation. Kasi hindi lang sila nagpapadala ng information, they also share information in their own accounts. And then share relevant information with friends, as we said. Help each other by providing inspiring stories of resilience and give people a voice. Na ito siguro yung pinakamahalagang function ng citizen journalism. Lalo na kapag may krisis, katulad ngayon may pandemic, dito mas kailangan ng information, kailangan ng platform saan pwede mag-express ng kanilang nararamdaman, ng saloobin, yung mga tao. And they can do this through citizen journalism. And last slide, still journalism. Kaya siya citizen journalism. So meaning, the principles that we follow nung sa mainstream traditional media are still the same principles that should guide citizen journalism. So hindi lahat ng nag-post sa wall nila ay citizen journalist kasi merong verification process pa rin kapag sinabi nating citizen journalism. At dito papasok yung role ng mga traditional media platforms. Kasi halimbawa, kapag nakakabit like sa amin or sa GMA or sa Rappler, merong tulong na ibinibigay para yung information na initially nanggaling sa citizen journalist, pwede mong pwede mong dagdagan, pwedeng tiyakin, tulungan sila sa verification. Getting the other side of the story para mas kompleto, tapos to double check para mas accurate. So, citizen journalism is still journalism. Yun, that's it. Salamat po.
Thank you, Weng. Thank you for that presentation. We will take questions for Weng after the last presentation, which I will actually present. Para isang bagsakan na lang po. Actually, medyo na-introduce na ni Weng yung part ko, which is that there is a proliferation of disinformation, misinformation, false information. At ngayon, paano ba tayo, how do we fight back? How do we, kumbaga sa isang pandemic jargon, how do we inoculate ourselves against this kind of false information? So, Ariel, andito pa ba si Ariel? Kung wala na, I will need Kier. Can you help me here? Because I will need their answers sa chat box.
Sure po.
Hindi ko mababasa.
Sure, ma'am. Okay po.
Ayan, sige. So, I'm Joyce Pañares. I will be discussing how to fight back sa truth sa disinformation. I will share my screen first. Hold on. And then, can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Apo.
Ayan. So we will play a game first. Without having to verify or do Google search, just let me know if you think this photo that I will be flashing is true or false. So mag-participate tayo para makita lang natin kung bakit ganun yung sagot natin later. So the first one, a teenager was fined 100 pounds and was dubbed a litter lout for feeding chips to birds. Tingin niyo ba ito ay totoo o hindi? May sumasagot na ba sa chat box?
Wala pa po, ma'am. Wait lang po natin.
Sige.
Type niyo lang po sa chat box kung true or false po.
Kung sa tingin ninyo ito ay totoo o hindi totoo.
Yan, may sumasagot po ng false, 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 true, true, true. Yan, meron mga sumasagot na po ng true. Yan, puro true na po. True.
Okay. So ito po ay totoo. Kasi dun sa area na yon, bawal magkalat. So kung magpapakain ka ng bird pero kumalat yung chips mo, ikaw ay you will be actually fined 100 pounds for littering. How about this one? A camel survives after losing half of its body. Kung may mga nagpo-photo dyan, may nakita ba kayo na edited ba yung photo?
Ayan, may sumasagot po ng false, 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 false. Parang most of them po false. Yan, false, false, false. Yan, puro sila false, ma'am.
Kung puro kayo false, puro kayo tama.
Nice.
Okay, so it was actually an edited photo. They photoshopped this one. Next one. NASA is installing internet on the moon. Parang Transformers lang yung datingan.
True, false, 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 true, true, false, false, false.
Maraming false?
False, false. May mga sumasagot din po ng true. And marami pong false. Yan, puro false na. False.
Actually true.
Okay.
In fact, baka mas mabilis pa yung internet sa moon kesa sa atin kasi 4G na doon. Although this did not work last 2 years ago, but now parang naka-set up na siya. So next one, a police in Germany rescues a man being chased by a baby squirrel. Sa tingin niyo ba may matatakot sa ganyan ka-cute na squirrel? Nakakailanganin ng tulong ng police?
False, true, false. And then true.
Madaming true.
Yes, marami
This is actually true. Ito yung totoong squirrel na nag-chase dun sa tao. It turns out may phobia yung guy sa squirrel, kaya he had to be rescued by the policeman from the squirrel that was chasing him. So bakit ganon ang mga naging sagot ninyo without even doing verification or fact-checking? So in these instances, our biases come into play. Meron tayong iba't ibang klase ng mga biases. Ang isa dito ay ang availability heuristic or availability bias. Meaning kung paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa atin o dinikdik sa utak natin mula pagkabata or it's something that we recall, merong ganong klaseng bias na kung naaalala natin, then it must be important. It must be true. Halimbawa, ano ba yung mga usual stereotypes na dinidikdik sa atin ng magulang natin? Halimbawa, although this might be backed up by science, sinasabi nila na pag hindi ka natulog sa hapon, hindi ka tatangkad. So kung paulit-ulit siyang sinabi sa'yo, pwede mo siyang paniwalaan. Whether or not it is backed up by science. Meron din tayong tinatawag na confirmation bias. Mas naniniwala tayo sa mga pananaw o sa mga detalye o datos na nakahulma sa ating paniniwala. So the more that it is aligned with our own beliefs or values, the more likely that we are to believe that information. Halimbawa, lumaki ka sa isang pamilya na all your life maka-Marcos sila. Kung makakita ka ng anti-Marcos, baka hindi mo kaagad paniwalaan ang sabihin niya kahit ito ay totoo o hindi. Kasi ikaw ay lumaki na yun ang belief systems mo or values na pinaniwalaan mo. Mahirap i-contradict ang sarili nating paniniwala. We tend to be influenced by the opinion of an authority. This is what we call authority bias. And ito ay hinulma mula pa sa pagkabata natin. We were taught not to question authority. Diba? Huwag sumagot sa magulang. Huwag questionin ang sinasabi ng teachers natin. Kaya tama o mali, meron tuloy tayong pagdadalawang isip kung dapat bang questionin yung nasa authority at yung sinasabi nila na opinion o detalye. Now, we have what we call the categories of information disorder. Meron tayong 3 categories. Ang una doon ay misinformation. So you share false information but there is no intent to cause harm. Anong halimbawa dyan? Halimbawa dyan ay ang bago pa mag-pandemic, pag umuulan, ang una nating hinahanap sa Facebook ay #walang-pasok. Ngayon, sa sobrang excitement mo, nakahanap ka ng #walang-pasok for bukas, February 1. Pero yun pala, 3 years ago pa yon. Pero na-share mo siya kaagad kasi hindi ka nag-think before you click. So pagka-share mo yun, that is already misinformation. Wala ka namang intensyon na manakit o mag-cause ng harm, pero nakapag-share ka ng maling information. As opposed to disinformation, alam mo na mali yung information mo, deliberately i-share mo pa rin kasi may intention kang manakit or to cause harm. Malinformation ang medyo mahirap hulihin at for me medyo insidious, Kasi malinformation is actually correct information deliberately shared pero with intent to cause harm. Siguro ang pinaka-classic na halimbawa dito ay ang revenge porn. Maaring totoo yung video pero hindi mo naman intention na i-share yon sa Facebook pero shinare ng ex mo, halimbawa. So that is correct information with intent to cause harm. So pag graph natin sila in a Venn diagram, makikita na natin na nasa gitna yung disinformation because it has both falseness and the intention to cause harm. We try actually to avoid using the term fake news. A lot of media practitioners will tell you the term fake news is oxymoronic because news is never supposed to be fake. News is always supposed to be truthful. Ang problema, ang sinishare ngayon na content, most of them is not even fake. It's often genuine but either used out of context, ni-reframe, or weaponize to target certain critics or to sow falsehoods, ano? So yan, agents of disinformation have learned that using genuine content reframed in new and misleading ways is more likely to deceive people. Halimbawa, itong batang ito, this is what we call an example of a false context. So totoo yung content, totoong nangyari yan, pero iba yung konteksto niyan, tapos iba yung pinapalabas nila. That kid is actually part of a protest action. May protest demo sila. Kunwari, nag-demonstrate sila kung ano ba ang itsura ng bata pag nakulong. Pero ginamit siya, ni-reframe siya, at sinabi na ito raw ang itsura kapag yung gobyerno mo anti-migrant. So, ang mga kinukulong mga bata. This one naman is what you call impostor content, which is false or misleading content that uses well-known logos or the news from established figures or journalists. So ito yung mga yan, ginagaya yung CNN or BBC, nagpapanggap na media. Iba pa dito yung para sa satirical content. Hindi ko alam kung napapansin niyo, pero pag nag-open kayo ng Facebook, minsan makakagip ninyo yung Philippine Dairy Inquirer, imbis na Daily. Or Philippine Char, instead na Philippine Star. And ang problema doon, while satire is an accepted literature, not everyone is able to distinguish satire from news. So kung hindi niya alam na satirical piece pala yun, pwede niyang paniwalaan na totoo pala tong post dito kahit na it's just satire. Ito naman, ang pinakaklaro, manipulated content. So there's genuine content, A and B, they're both genuine. Tapos ang nangyayari, pinagsasama sila. So sa photo na to, pinagsama siya, tapos nagmukhang hinuhuli yung isang migrant worker habang nakapila siya at boboto. Sa videos naman, although wala akong example dito, yan, meron yung mga tinatawag na deep fake. Totoong video ni Obama, halimbawa, pero kukunin niya yung mga sentences from previous videos, tapos pagsasama-samahin niya, tapos magmumukhang iba na yung sinasabi ni Obama in that video. So, paano ba mag-isip ang isang tao na nagpapakalat ng maling information? How does a disinformant think? And meron ba siyang mga moral objections? This is actually a game that's played in some countries as young as elementary students naglalaro nito, ano? Para lang makita niya kung paano ba mag-isip ang isang disinformant. Sabi nga nila, knowing your enemy is winning half the battle. So we will try to play the game very quickly lang. If you want to play it on your own, kasi iba't ibang levels ito, it's www.getbadnews.com. So we're being asked, are we here for the disinformation and fake news tycoon position? That is correct. Are we frustrated about something? Do we want to use Twitter to vent? Remember, sabi natin, kapag na-align sa ating prinsipyo or values, lalo na kung emotionally charged, mas maraming pwedeng maniwala sa atin. And look at your followers, 0, credibility at red. So let's say, galit tayo, post a frustrated tweet. This government is a complete and utter failure. #resign losers. So are we okay with this? O meron ba tayong moral consideration? Siyempre wala. Kung disinformant ka, wala kang moral considerations. Ang gusto mo lang ay magpakalat ng maling information. So we tweet this one. Nagkaroon tayo ng 8 followers pero hindi pa tayo very credible. siguro yung mga sumunod lang sa atin ay yung mga naka-align sa values natin or yung mga pagod na rin sa gobyerno nila. So we need to raise our credibility. How do we do that? So tinatanong niya, we want more followers. Yes. What do I do next? Are we going to fake an official Twitter account or impersonate someone important? So we will impersonate someone important para meron ng built-in credibility yung ating tao. So ang napili natin ay si Joe Biden, the 46th President of the United States of America. So as your president, I have issued an executive order to rename Canada to North Dakota. #YouGotAnnex. Kung mapapansin nyo, yung Joe Biden niya, yung N niya sa dulo ay N niya. It's actually Joe Biden niya. Tapos yung mga letters niya, yung mga vowels niya, may mga umlaut, may tuldok sa taas. And then we tweet this, tumaas ka agad ang followers natin. Kasi syempre may mga naloko tayo. Hindi nila akalain na hindi naman pala totoong account ni Joe Biden yon. And let's see how they're reacting. Remember, we use the hashtag #YouGotAnnexed. So ito namang nag-react anti our tweet, gumamit naman ng hashtag na Leave Canada Alone. At meron ding naniwala sa atin at gumamit ng hashtag na #YouGotAnnexed. So nagkaroon na ng sariling buhay yung tweet natin. How are we feeling? Are we feeling good? Or meron ba tayong moral objections sa ginagawa natin pagpapakalat ng fake na balita? Siyempre wala tayong moral objections. Otherwise, we will not be disinformants. We feel pretty good and we want to go pro. So what do we do? Do we start a news site or do we start a blog? Kung blog, parang hindi po masyadong credible. Pero kung news site, magmumukha tayong media ngayon at magmumukhang totoo yung mga sasabihin natin. So start a news site. Ang title ng dyaryo natin ay Cosmos. The Cosmos Post covers everything. Anong job title natin? It's either editor-in-chief or anonymous goon. If we use anonymous goon, parang hindi tayo credible. Parang equivalent ng works at Krusty Krab sa Pilipinas. So kailangan dun tayo sa mataas ang kredibilidad. We will pretend to be the editor-in-chief. And the Cosmos Post needs a slogan, so we will choose one, which is bursting the mainstream media bubble. So maliban sa nakakapagpakalat tayo ng fake na balita, binabakbakan pa natin o tinutuligsa pa natin ngayon yung mga totoong media. Now, we have now our fake news empire, the Cosmos Post, and we've earned a badge for impersonation. So again, if you want to continue playing, there are many more levels to this game and many more badges to be earned. So in 2019, there was an Oxford study on the global disinformation order. And tatlo doon ang gusto kong tutukan natin. Una, there was evidence of organized social media manipulation. Meaning, hindi lang siya mga taong nagkakamali, kundi ito ay organized, may bayad, may pera, pinondohan, at sadya talaga ang pagpapakalat ng kampanya ng social media manipulation. Kung ito ay nangyari pre-pandemic, I'm sure by this time, mas mataas na yung bilang ng countries that are included in this study. Social media has become co-opted by many authoritarian regimes. Traditionally, historically, whenever there is an authoritarian regime or a crackdown on democracy, the first thing to get hit is media. Ngayon, kasama na ang social media. Huwag tayo lumayo. Sa neighboring Myanmar, nung nagkaroon ng junta, nung nagkaroon ng coup ang military nila, one of the first things that they did was to shut down internet in that country. So ang computational propaganda raw or with the use of analytics sa ating Facebook halimbawa is being used as a tool of information to control, of information control. Diba? To suppress human rights, to discredit political opponents, and to drown out dissenting opinions. And number 3, despite the many social networking platforms, you have TikTok, you have Viber, you have Instagram, YouTube, Facebook remains the platform of choice for social media manipulation. Dito sa Pilipinas, this is especially true because we have Facebook free. And with Facebook free, you can see the photo, you can see the headline, but you can't click on the link. So kung napeke ka dahil lang ang tinignan mo ay yung photo and yung headline, hindi mo binasa yung storya kung tugma ba siya dun sa headline, you will might share that link or that post at nagpakalat ka ng disinformation. Ano ba ang consequences ng information disorder? Unang-una, syempre nawawala yung tiwala sa ating mga journalists at sa profession natin, which is journalism. Ito, naalala ko, parang pagkaupo pa lang ni Duterte, si Mocha Uson was already saying tayo ay prostitute. Na parang tayo pa yung may mali. Tayo pa yung hindi dapat pagkatiwalaan. There is a loss of distinction between truth and lies. As if ngayon pwede mong sabihin na, ito totoo kasi gusto ko. Hindi dahil totoo siya. It undermines the importance of press freedom and freedom of expression. And there's malicious targeting of critics. But then again, let's remind everyone, disinformation is nothing new. In fact, if you are Catholic, as I think a lot of you are, perhaps the earliest story of disinformation was that of the snake in the Garden of Eden. That snake was actually guilty of malinformation. Tama yung sinabi niya, eat this fruit and you will gain knowledge. Pero hindi niya sinabi yung buong kwento na when you eat that fruit, you also get kicked out from the Garden of Eden. Ang nangyari lang ngayon with what we have right now, technology is hastening. Pinapabilis niya yung pagkalat ng disinformation and ng mis or malinformation. And because there is an elections and crisis, in times of elections and crisis such as the pandemic, this kind of disinformation is being weaponized to clamp down on dissent. So you can just imagine where we are right now. We have both elements present. We have an election coming up on May 9, and we are still in the middle of a crisis, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. Sorry, there's an interference. If you could kindly just...
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay na. Okay. So this is the example where I told you that, bakit sinasabi ko na, sabi ni Julie nakikinig, bakit sinasabi ko na it's nothing new? This photo was taken in 1938, way before Photoshop was invented. So si Joseph Stalin, the one with the beret sa gitna, he used photo manipulation to rewrite history. Yung nasa pinakadulo is actually the head of his secret police, si Nikolai Yezhov. Eventually, nagkagalit sila and pinapatay niya si Yezhov. And what he did was to airbrush, pinatanggal niya sa mga photos si Yezhov para kunwari hindi siya nag-exist at all. And if he did not exist, the crime of course of murder also did not exist. Now, are we without tools to fight back? Of course, that's not true. And most especially for our students na talaga namang digital natives. Kasi kami, ako, si Ariel, si Julie, si Rides, all of your speakers, ano na lang kami digital adapter kami Nagsimula kami, meron pang typewriter, may fax machine, tas dial up pa yung internet. Kayo talagang mga estudyante ngayon, digital natives. Pagkapanganak ninyo, may internet na. You actually have the tools. You are equipped with tools that you can do to fight back against this information. What do? We fact check. And for journalists, this is not something new. This is something that we do every day. Diba? Pag sinabi sa'yo na umuulan sa labas, hindi ka maniwala kaagad. Buksan mo ang bintana at tingnan mo kung talaga ba ang umuulan. That's the analog example. And these now are the digital examples of fact-checking. Number one, you check your URL. You check your website. Baka naman mali yung website, yung URL address niya, tapos sa ibang website ka pala nakatingin. You do vertical and lateral reading. What do I mean by vertical reading? You check within the site. Tingnan mo yung about us. Baka naman akala mo news page, yung pala satirical website. I-check mo rin kung sino yung mga people behind that news site. Tapos you do lateral reading. So kung nakalagay dito sa storya na to ay tungkol sa ang economy natin grew 5.6% ng 2021, i-check mo halimbawa sa ibang website kung 5.6% din ba ang binabanggit. So vertical and lateral reading. You use search operators, and we'll go into this in more detailed discussion in a bit. You do reverse image search. You check the metadata of your photos, and then you follow fact-checking websites. So to check your URL is as a useful tool natin is yung lookup.ican.org. Dito pwede mong ilagay kung ano yung URL na tinitingnan mo, and ICANN will tell you kung tama yung chine-check mo na URL. So halimbawa, if you look for cnn.com, lalabas ngayon ang contact information ng CNN, which tells you na tama ang cnn.com. It is based in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. It is owned by Turner Broadcasting System. This is the phone number where you can contact them, and the email, etc., etc. But if you look for cnn.com.net.ph, kasi di ba sabi natin madaming impostor websites, nagpapanggap sila na totoong news website. And they do that by adding yung mga domain suffix sa dulo. So if we check that, ang lalabas doon ay, I'm sorry, how do I go back? Ang lalabas ay no registry server was identified for this domain, which means this is not a real website. Now, we also have what we call search operators. Useful din ito, even if not fact-checking, even if you're just doing research for an academic paper. So pag sinearch mo si Rodrigo Duterte sa Google without using any search operator, ang lalabas kaagad sa'yo ay 10.2 million results. Kukulangin ng isang buong taon para i-check mo siguro lahat ng resulta na yan. Tapos kung ang hinahanap mo naman ay Rodrigo Duterte at Sara Duterte, bibigyan ka niya ng 2.2 million results. At kung saan-saan yan, pwedeng andun si Sara Duterte, pwedeng andun si Sara Duterte at Rodrigo Duterte, or si Rodrigo Duterte lang. Pero kung gumamit ka ng search operator na END, malilimitahan ngayon ang resulta kung saan ang ibibigay lang niya ay yung mga andun si Rodrigo Duterte at Sara Duterte. And now your search results are limited to 834,000. So this is actually telling Google na Google, ang kailangan ko lang yung resulta na present sila pareho. You can also use the search operator minus or not. Diba kung end yung isa, ito naman hindi. So lahat ng gusto kong makita ng Duterte ay puwera yung Sara Duterte. So ilalabas niya ngayon either puro Rodrigo Duterte or Paula Duterte, pero walang Sara Duterte. Kung may hinahanap ka naman, a very specific quote like kill them all from Rodrigo Duterte, you put them in quotation marks and Google result will show you all the results na merong word for word. Meaning hindi lang kill, hindi lang them, hindi lang all, kundi kill them all. Kailangan kumpleto. Now, if you're looking, for example, for a certain file type, halimbawa, ang PDF kasi, usually these are academic papers. So gusto nating tingnan, ano ba yung mga, ano ba yung mga search results na academic paper na PDF for Rodrigo Duterte, then we use Rodrigo Duterte file type, :PDF. Tapos kung mapapansin ninyo, lahat yan, puro yan, research work. Sorry. Okay. Next one. For example, ang gusto lang nating panggalingan ng search result ay isang specific website. In this case, I'm looking for Duterte, pero ang gusto ko lang panggalingan ng resulta ay inquirer.net. So I use Duterte site /inquirer.net, and kung mapapansin ninyo, lahat ng lalabas ay galing na sa inquirer.net. Hindi siya magbibigay ng galing Philstar, hindi siya magbibigay ng galing gov.ph, or kahit na ano pang website. Puro lang galing sa inquirer.net. Ngayon, sabi natin kanina merong mga imposter content, meron ding imposter photo. So itong photo na to, kung titingnan natin, mukha siyang galing CNN, merong logo ng CNN, may nakalagay pa live, may dateline from Los Angeles, may breaking news, tapos pag tiningnan natin yung headline, nakaka-shock talaga. Hospitals on lockdown as first COVID vaccine patients start eating other patients. So from a virus, biglang naging zombie pala yung story natin. But if we do Google reverse search, we will see that this is actually from a 2019 report of the New York Times. It was a trauma base sa Temple University Hospital kung saan nagkaroon ng, hindi nag-succeed yung surgery, kumalat yung dugo sa sahig. And then people just manipulated the photo to make it appear like it is from CNN. So pag tinignan natin tong photo na to, sabi nila this photo came from Italy. Ito raw ay nung kasagsagan ng pandemic, year 1. Sa unang tingin, posible siyang totoo because ang mga tao naka-PPE, may hilera ng mga patay na i-bury na lang, which is what happened sa pandemic. At merong truck na nakalagay ay may Red Cross sign pa. Now, what do we want? We want to check if it is true. So we go to the Google reverse search. Ano ang kaibahan ng reverse image search sa normal Google search? Sa normal Google search, wala kang photo, and sasabihin mo yung words na papahanap mo kay Google para siya yung maghanap ng photo sa'yo. Sa reverse search, may photo ka, ibibigay mo kay Google, at sasabihin mo na hanapin mo itong photo na to na meron ako. So pag sinearch natin siya, makikita ninyo na siya pala ay galing sa pelikulang Contagion, which came out in 2011 or a good 10 years ago, bago pa nagkaroon ng pandemic. The movie is also about an airborne infection, but definitely not COVID-19. Just so you know, si Jennifer Lopez, siya ang trigger kung bakit tayo may Google image search. This was the gown that she wore sa Grammys noong 2000. It's a Versace gown. People were taking photos of the gown, and then they were Googling it na, what is this gown? And then Google realized, oh, there's a market. People have a photo, but we don't have a file on that photo. Kaya nabuo ang reverse image search. Now, we also want to check the metadata of photos. Pag tinignan nyo yung isang photo, halimbawa ito, akalain mo lang na siya ay isang ordinary photo. But you know, photos contain a lot of data that we do not literally see. So if we use the metadata to go.com, we put the photo on metadata.com, then it will show to us ano yung metadata o yung information na nakapaloob sa photo na hindi natin nakikita sa ordinaryong mata. Ito pala ay kinuha ng January 20, 2022, very recent, sa oras na 3:15. At galing China, at ang discussion ay weather, snow. May caption pa siya. A man walks past a tree, walks past a tree decorated with lanterns at Jingshan Park on a snowy day in Beijing on January 20, 2022. Sinong kumuha? Si Jade Gao. Para saan? Para sa wire service na Agence France Presse. So ang dami palang laman nung photo na kanina ay akala natin ganito lang. So if you have photos at home, try to check kung may mga metadata yung photo ninyo. course, our last tool is to check other fact-checking websites. So halimbawa dyan ay ang check.ph and of course, Verifiles. And then a gentle reminder, we are all entitled to our own opinion but not to our own facts. So, ayun. Stop share. Ayan. Wala akong nakita sa mga reaction ninyo sa chat because when I share, I cannot read, no? But anyway, if you have comments, ay, ang dami palang comments. I'm so sorry. If you have questions, please put them sa chat box. I hope meron kayong natutunan dun sa ating exercise kanina. Questions or comments, please. I saw it earlier from Seymour. I think this is for Weng. Weng, ang comment ni Seymour kanina, I think information from Citizen Joint to be published or broadcast aside from its veracity also depends on what a particular media organization considers as newsworthy. Paano ba ang proseso, Weng? Pag halimbawa nag-viral na yung video or may nag-submit sa inyo, how do you still verify it o kinakarga na lang ba kaagad yung video or yung detalye? Oh, teka, nawala ba si Weng? I might have lost Weng, but actually the answer to that Seymour is yes, they actually still verify. This was actually a heated discussion. The previous Scholastic, kung paano ba. Just because somebody submitted information, a Citizen Journal submits information, does not mean that we just accept it. Diba? Of course, the process of verification and fact-checking, it will still undergo the same. Pero in a way, na-democratize yung news gathering and news delivery process natin. Kasi dati, parang reporters lang or media lang yung nagsasabi na ito ang importante na balita na dapat nyong malaman. And now, the people are telling us, hey, listen to us. Ito naman ang importante sa amin. Diba, would have thought na ang importante pala sa tao ay dapat may takip yung manhole nila. O dapat yung eskwelahan nila may banyo. The simple things that sometimes the national media forget. Diba? Kaya nga napaka-importante ng Citizen Journal kasi it gives voice to the voiceless. Nakakatuwa, ang dami palang nag-participate kanina sa ating true or false. Ngayon ko lang nakita lahat. Sorry. But care was helped kanina. Julie says sa TikTok uso yung imposter content. Yeah, very difficult kumandid yung deepfakes, ano? Unless nasusundan mo talaga or alam mo kung saan nanggaling yung video na in-splice. I saw one from, yun nga si Obama saying something else tapos talagang actual video niya, sinasabayan yung audio niya. Nakakatakot. I remember the ostrich that got away sa Quezon City tas nag-viral. Ngayon, di ba, parang two-way street na. Sometimes nauuna muna sa social media, pumutok yung balita, dun muna mag-viral. Even halimbawa, and it's not always a bad thing, remember the community pantries. Diba? Because during the pandemic, hindi naman media agad ang pumick up nun eh. Sa social media muna siya kumalat na there was a community pantry. Tapos saka na lang siya nag-gain ng traction sa mainstream media. Teka, nawawala ba yung signal ko? Okay. Okay, hindi pala. Kay rides pala yung nagka-problem. Sorry. So, do you have questions pa or okay na? Na-overwhelm ba kayo sa info overload ba? Okay. From Bea. This is a general question lang po for all the speakers, journalists present. The Maguindanao massacre where most of the victims were members of the media. In some countries, there are laws protecting journalists, yes. Are there such laws? Yes. At least some insurance or pension, wala. Sorry. What has been the action by governing authorities to protect the welfare of journalists? Ako, I don't think there's a law that really would protect you. And depende, in certain instances, like for example, they've established protocols pagdating sa hostage taking. Pero protection, hindi pa yata. Sabi ni Julie, mas pinatulan ng DOJ ang TikTok threat kaysa sa ampatuan. Oo nga. Kaysa sa ampatuan case. We don't have that I mean, journalists have been pushing for the FOI, for example. That's not really a measure of protection, but it will help us do our jobs well. But until now, there is no FOI law. What we have is an executive order for FOI, which means that only executive agencies are covered by that EO. And pwede yun na matanggal o pwede yun na overturn ng next president kung ayaw niya because it's just an EO. So what we want is really a law. We have for protection siguro yung SOTO law, which is protection for our sources. Hindi tayo pwedeng pilitin na sabihin kung sino yung source natin sa story. But of course, there's the colatilla that unless it is, it deals with national security. And of course, national security is such a broad term. The security of the president is national security, security of the defense is national security, etc. May comment dito sa Seymour. Although the students are digital natives, you'll be surprised with the percentage of those who don't know how to check for misinformation, especially reverse image search. Opo, kaya sana sa PPI, we are actually advocating for media and information literacy as early as possible. The moment that a kid or a student is able to hold a cell phone na may internet connection, dapat may MIL na rin para naintindihan nila kung ano ba ang misinformation, malinformation, and you have all these tools at your disposal. Kami rin naman, inaral din po namin yan. So kung parang sa unang tingin, mahirap ituro o mahirap gawin. Pero siguro, ang kailangan munang mauna is that kind of rigor, that commitment, that discipline na kailangan nating mag-fact check. Minsan nga, actually, joke ko nga ito na parang minsan mas mapagsuri pa tayo sa potential boyfriend or girlfriend natin kaysa doon sa information na talagang importante sa atin. 'Di ba? Pag boyfriend or girlfriend, ang dami mong chine-checkan. Totoo ba tong sinabi niya, etc., etc. Pero pag nakita na natin sa Facebook, hindi na tayo nag-iisip kung totoo ba tong info na to o i-share ko na lang kaagad. Si Miss Millet, may tanong siya. How do you feel that many people believe more on fake news rather than fact-check information? And how could we counter that? Thank you po. Actually, nakakalungkot. Andito po bang ibang speakers? If Rides, Ipe, and Weng are here, please feel free to butt in.
Yeah.
Diba nakakalungkot na parang...
Yeah.
Para kang kumakausap sa dingding, effort tayo ng effort mag-fact check, tapos doon pa rin sa fake information naniwala. I think may mga internet connection problem.
Opo, actually malungkot, masakit inform the public, tapos ngayon, here comes the advent of fake news. Mas naniwala pa yung tao sa fake news kaysa dun sa verified information na rini-report ng media. So yun ang malungkot na dapat why we are educating the public for them to be provided with correct information. Kaya lang parang binabaliwala nila yung effort na ginagawa ng mga mamahayag na nagpakahirap, nag-verified lahat ng mga information just to deliver the truth, to report the truth. Mas naniwala pa sila sa fake news. At ang masakit ngayon, yung peddler ng mga fake news is nasa government. Ang iba. Tapos yung maganda at masakit, malungkot na nagawa ng technology is yung disinformation, yung infodemics talaga na yung fake news, yun ang kailangan i-counter natin ngayon. Mas palakasin natin yung laban natin against fake news. So tayo din naman, babalikan ko yung tanong ni Sister, bakit ba tayo, despite ng hardship, despite ng challenges, nandito pa din tayo. So kung iiwanan natin yung trabaho natin, makapagbigay ng tamang impormasyon, sino pa magbibigay ng tamang impormasyon para sa tao? So yun lang po.
That is so true. Oh, nakakalungkot talaga. But this is also why we are doing what we're doing now. We bring the battle to the academe. And the teachers and the parents and the students are our allies in this battle. Kasi kayo rin naman ang future media consumers. In fact, you're consuming media now. You're consuming media every time you open your Facebook, every time you're on Twitter or on TikTok, di ba? You're media consumers now. At ang kailangan dito, kahit na hindi kayo maniwala kaagad sa amin, okay lang. Kasi ang media rin naman nagkakamali. So ang sinasabi namin, wag lang naniniwala kaagad. Maging mapanuri, maging discerning sa pagtingin sa information. Marami pang tanong, marami pang comments. Wait lang, ha? Rides, huwag kang mawawala. Tulungan mo ako
dito. Yes, andito lang ako.
Wait lang, ha? Si Miss Millet, that one's done. Si Ira Esperanza. Seeing the hardships and restrictions journalists go through during the pandemic, I imagine the extreme measures in your line of work must take a toll on your mental health and physical health. How do you cope with the weight and the urgency of your job? Ako ma'am, stress eating. Alam ni Rides yan. At least ako lang yung nasasaktan. Ako lang yung tumataba. Walang ibang apektado. But I mean, I acknowledge as much that I do stress eat. I don't drink, pero yun, I eat a lot.
Ako, usually I go nature tripping. So, tapos, mas gusto ko pag stressful na masyado, mas gusto ko gumawa. Dahil siguro sanay ako gumawa ng story from the grassroots. So doon ako nag-i-enjoy na makisama sa mga, lalo yung mga IPs. Masarap sila kasama. Tuwan-tuwa ako sa kanila kasama. Kasi ang dami nilang, I'll go on more on, kasi isa ako sa environmental reporter. So tinitingnan ko yung challenges kung how does this IPs coping up with the challenges na nararanasan nila kumpara sa atin ngayon dito kasi ang tawag nila sa atin, mga lowlanders, ibang-iba yung tingin nila sa lowlanders kaysa tingin nila sa sarili nila. So nakikita ko yung resilience ng mga IPs, kakaiba kaysa mga sa atin na nasa baba. So yun, doon ako nagko-cop up na kasama ko yung mga taong mas nasa baba. So doon ako tumitingin ng parang kukuha ka ng tibay at lakas ng loob sa mga taong nasa yung mga poorest of the poor na community, ang tatag nila. Ibang-iba talaga sila. So doon ako nag-unwind, yun ang stress reliever ko.
Saka siguro, Rides, we go back to the basic principles of journalism. Why do we do journalism? Hindi naman para sumikat. Diba? We don't do that because we're so in love with our bylines. Diba? I always tell nga my students, ang byline, huwag kayo ma-in love dyan. Andyan lang yan para alam kung sinong kasuhan, kung may mali dun sa storya. We do journalism because we want to tell stories to people that have an impact on their lives. So kung gano'n, diba, pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, pagtaas ng fuel, halimbawa, diba, yung things that have, or policies that have impact on their lives. Kung ganun mo siya titingnan, siguro, sisipagin ka pa rin kahit na mahirap. But, of course, that's one side. On the other hand, you must also learn to acknowledge kung kailan nahihirapan ka na. Hindi rin naman pwede na go ka lang ng go, tas may toll na on your mental health then. I mean, we've seen a lot of people na naging manginginom or nasira yung families, di ba? A lot of resulta na ang simptomas talaga niyan is because may toll sa mental health natin. Si Miss Millet is asking, sa atin lang po ba problema yan o sa ibang bansa? Ay, Ma'am Millet, this is across, it's a global problem. The problem of disinformation, misinformation it's a global problem. Lahat po talaga yan, tinatamaan. Si Julie, yes, this is a good example. Robredo in Marawi way before the siege, ang daming hindi naniwala. Because, they came up with the social media card. Nilagay nila na ang Marawi started 2017, tapos paano raw andun na si Robredo ng 2016. But what she meant was that even before the siege happened, andun na ang OVP, which is totoo. I saw the post of, sino nga yung spokesperson ng Marawi na galing from a political family. Hindi siya pro-Robredo, but he had to say there na 2016 pa lang andun na ang OVP. I have a question from Atasha Lampa. With emerging fake news in modern technology and social media platforms, how do you assess news information? Do you have rules or laws? I think it's the same principles. Journalism is journalism regardless of platform. Nag-iiba lang yung pag-present, kung may visuals, mahaba ba, maiksi pa. But the principles, the elements of journalism remain the same. In fact, all the more that you have to go back to those basics now that we are under attack from people who disseminate false information. Tama, Rides?
Yes, basic lagi.
Yes. Ang problema, kung yung basic hindi mo kabisado.
Yun lang.
Mahirapan tayo doon. So dapat habang bata pa, campus journalist, di ba, or yung mga nag-aaral ng journalism, idikdik na natin ano ba talaga yung mga elements of news and why do we do journalism. Ay, ang daming tanong. Right, ikaw sumugot ito. What are the pros and cons of being a media practitioner?
Ikaw muna. On your end, ikaw muna.
How do you combat burnouts? Ayan, always have a food. Hindi makita kasi naka-green screen ako pero Pringles to. Lagi ako may food sa tabi ko. Zia Alonto, yes, thank you, Julie. Zia Alonto was the spokesperson ng Marawi and siya yung nag-post ng clarification. Yes.
Ako, how do I combat burnout? Photography. Yung photography, malaki yung tulong sa akin lalo pag kasi nga mas more on nature ako. Nakaka-counter ko yung stress, yung burnout ko sa photography lalo pag nasa mga areas ako na remote area na meron ako nakitang magandang subject. Nagko-compile ako niyan tapos usually lalo pag may mga upcoming disaster, pumupunta muna ako sa area na alam kong delikado siya para kina-counter check ko siya after nung nagkaroon ng landfall. So comparison. So yung burnout ko naano ko yun. Naka-counter ko yun. Yung photography talaga malaking tulong sa akin. Magbasa ng libro. Yeah. Sa gilid ng yun, nature pa din. Sa gilid ng dagat. Maglakad.
Yes.
Yan.
Detach ng konti, no?
Opo.
We will take the last two questions because we're actually over time now. The second to the last question. From Scott Ricafort. Emerging challenge amid the challenges, what advice can you give to aspiring journalists, especially to students nowadays? Ako, dalawa lang po. I've been a teacher. I've been a professor of journalism for 17 years now. Uy, di halata. Charot. 17 years na ako nagtuturo ng journalism. Dalawang bagay lang. Una, magbasa ng dyaryo. Sa dami ng estudyante ko, gusto maging journalist at tamad magbasa ng dyaryo. So magbasa. Ikalawa, magsulat. You can only improve your writing when you keep on writing. Otherwise, how do you do it? Diba? Ang hirap na nga ngayon, pandemic, hindi ka na nga nakakalabas to actually do legwork. para man lang sa internship. So the best that you can do is keep on reading and keep on writing. But keep on reading the good stuff. Baka naman puro false information yung basahin. Magbasa kayo kahit hindi yung mga, halimbawa, ayaw nyo sa Inquirer, di magbasa sa Star. Or ayaw nyo sa Star, basahin ng Inquirer. Di ba marami namang choices eh. Sana yung tamang choices ang piliin. Right? You want to take on that or we'll go to
Yeah,
the...
ako may take, yun nga, i-add ko lang, yung maliban sa, maliban sa wide reader ka, nagsusulat ka lagi, pinapractice mo lang lagi, yung pagiging well-rounded naman ng isang mamahayag, depende yan kung ano talaga yung aim mo, kung ano yung goal mo, kung ano yung gusto mo sa sarili mo. So, ang daming news material na mababasa ngayon dahil sa internet, yung mga foreign publication, i-compare mo kung anong kaibahan ng foreign publication tapos sa atin sa Philippines. Paano sila magsulat? Tingnan mo yung i-comparison, malaking bagay yun. Lalo kung gusto nyo magsulat sa wires, tingnan nyo yung pagkakaiba ng wires at saka ng newspaper. Kung sa naman kayo, sa television naman kayo, ganun din. So tingnan nyo yung difference ng iba. ng foreign ng foreign TV tsaka ng ng local. So yun lang. So maging readers ka lang talaga. Yun.
Ayan. We will take the last question from Mr. Ricardo Ronidel. Yeah, Julie Alipala has an additional answer. Keep asking questions, ask questions to right persons, listen to the masa, they all have stories to tell. Yes, that's very important. And please, the story is not about you. The story is about other people. Don't make it about yourself. Yung iba mahilig sa ganun. Ang tanong ni Ricardo Jose, which will be the last question, please. What are your thoughts on media being called biased? Okay, maybe the other speakers would have a different take on this. But for me personally, I think because you're alive, you have biases. We all have biases. We have to admit that. One resource person, maybe ayoko sa mukha niya. The other resource person, maybe gusto ko siya kasi mahilig siyang kumain din. I mean, these are all very human biases. But does that mean it should show in your story? Of course not. Objectivity, we have long debunked. It's very difficult to be objective because we are human beings. We are always influenced by our biases. So what we strive for is balance. Balanse ba ang ating balita? Pero kung sakasakali man lang na gusto mo talagang out and out aminin na ako ay biased, then be biased for the truth. Pwede naman yun eh. Let's be biased for the truth kung meron kayong gustong i-publicize na bias ninyo. If you have violent reactions, right? Or something to add to that, please.
I'm about to say yung bias. Yung bias kasi, depende sa perception yun ng mga tao, di ba? Kung perception nyo sa media bias, bakit kami bias? Bias lang naman talaga kami sa truth, as agent of truth. Pero may mga personal kaming biases as mamayag. Halimbawa, sa politician, ngayong presidential election, may kanya-kanya tayong biases. Personal na biases yun. Pero pag nagsulat kami ng balita, we always stick and go for the truth. Yun lang naman lagi, yung biases namin, yung personal biases namin, hindi namin pwedeng sabihin yun sa sinusulat namin. Kasi we adhere on facts.
Yeah. That is
so
also,
wala kaming iba.
That is also the reason why in newspapers, for example, you have a separate page for the column and the opinion page. And it's really not supposed to go sa news page.
Opo. Kaya nga yung news...
Yeah, you leave your opinion sa opinion page. The news page is factual.
Saka yung pag nagsusulat naman, yung mga mamayag, pag nagsusulat ng balita, yung journalist naman, hindi siya free from not opinionated yun. Kasi we have columnists naman. So they can write for their opinion, but not the journalist. Our story should be free from opinion, not opinionated siya. So yun ang biases namin.
And we're last point. Word of caution lang. Even if you're writing an opinion, you cannot twist the facts to fit your opinion. It should be the other way around. Your opinion should be shaped by facts.
Yeah.
So hindi pwedeng yung, kasi opinion ko so okay lang kahit balibalik-tarin ko yan. Hindi pwede yun.
Kasi yung mga columnists naman, yung nagsusulat naman sila based on facts. Based on facts na rin-report ng mga reporters.
Comment ni Mother Julie,
Usually
wag daw
ganun.
gayain si Tiglaw. So, ayun. At this point, I'd like to thank all of you for participating in our very, very long, not naman super long. Prior to this, we this ran sometimes for 5 hours sa ating webinar. And I'd like to call Carol from Seidel Foundation to give a few remarks. Hi, Carol.
Hello Joyce, thank you. Ay, eto.
Medyo mahaba tayo today, pero okay lang kasi ang dami namang participants.
Yeah, oo nga. We still have 215 in the room. So I hope you, to everyone still staying with us until now, I hope you all enjoyed it. It has been very, very informative and insightful discussion. Many thanks to all our speakers. And thank you, Joyce, for this opportunity to give some words. So those who have, if you would like to have more of these activities, please share your feedback with us. We have an online survey. The link has been posted in the chat box. Please head over there and click it and share your feedback with us regarding this activity so we can have a basis to improve it in further sessions. We will have quite a number still for this year. We had already a very good series last year, and the feedback has been very good. And this has been a very, very informative discussion, as I said earlier, and we hope you have all found it very helpful. And please remember to apply what you've learned. So many nuggets of truth have been shared, right? And the most important thing is to put them into good use. Don't just store them or say them, oh, I got it, and then you just keep it there. So yeah, that's all. Share with us, please, your feedback. I'm sure you have great ideas also, what else can be done. And we're looking forward to more sessions of these in cooperation with other universities in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Maraming salamat to all of you who stayed. Ang taas pa rin, no? More than 200 pa rin ang participants natin after over 4 hours. Again, we'd like to invite everyone. Please check the chat box. Andyan po yung link para sa ating online survey. Your feedback is really helpful sa amin. And also, I think this is one of the requirements for you to get also your certificate. So please fill up the survey form. And we hope to see other members ng RVM after this. Maybe sa susunod po natin ng mga sessions. Ariel, hello.
Hello.
So ayun, maraming salamat po. Sana kayo ay may natutunan today. Marami kayong natutunan from our speakers. Thank you to Professor Ipe. Thank you to Rides Barsha for very insightful presentation, and to Ms. Weng Paraan for her discussion on Citizen Journ. Salamat sa lahat ng mga estudyante. I think yung iba teachers, baka may mga nanay pang nagtanong sa chat box natin kanina. And please like our page, Philippine Press Institute on Facebook, Seidel Foundation as well on Facebook. Sana wala akong nakalimutan. Maraming salamat. This is Joyce Pañares, Seminar Director of PPI. Thank you so much.